Hey, Ginder. Good to see you. Yep, happy holidays and a happy new year to you as well. Because that's what we got. What's today? 29th? We got 3 more days left to 2019, looks like. Well, 2.5, let's say. 2.5. Year's almost over. Hey, Cloud. All right. Luckily, my back is feeling better today. I went out to the an NBA game last night in San Francisco, and man, my back was killing me afterwards. But a good night's sleep actually made it feel a lot better today. So we're good to go for a stream tonight. All right, and I got some more gear coming in this week to help with stream quality. It's mostly audio gear, but it should help fix some issues that I've noticed with production stuff. How's the game? The game is actually really good. It was a super high scoring game. Because the final score ended up being like 141 to 120, and both teams scored like 40 points in the first quarter. So they were it was actually really entertaining. Hey, Andrew. Yeah, back problems suck. Yeah, they're kind of the worst because it's like a problem with your finger, you can generally work around that. A problem with your foot or leg, you can generally work around that. A problem with your back, though, the solution to that is either just deal with it and deal with the pain, or just lay down. Those are kind of the two things you can do about it. And for chronic back pain, it really steals a lot of time from you over the course of a year. Like 365 days in a year, probably at least 10 of those days are just completely non-productive for me because I'm just laying in bed with my back killing me. So it sucks, but luckily I have 355 days that are still good. Hey, Hidden. Good to see you, man. Yeah, the good old tall people problems. I bet it's just as bad for average and short height people too, but oh man, it sucks. My posture certainly doesn't help things either. It's probably mostly self-inflicted, but oh man, it's no good. Forklifting. Nice. Hey, LCC. Hey, Drew. All right. So plan tonight. This is our last night as a Monster Rancher. We're calling in the doctor, bringing in a house call with Dr. Game Shark, and we're going to finish up our playthrough of some of Monster Rancher 2. Because this is one of those games that if you want to, you can devote your life to this game and just play this every day. I'm not going to do that because we got other stuff to do. But we'll at least see a bit more of the story by. Well, you'll see. I got the Game Shark pulled up here, but we will try and make rapid progress as much as we can in say 2 hours, and then wrap up this one. Yep. Yeah, you're following the path of Joe here. Hey, Lee. All right, let's get going here. So, like I just mentioned, this is going to be our last segment of Monster Rancher 2 for PSXplosion, because this game is one of those games that just goes on for almost forever. And yeah, we ain't going to do that. So we are going to get out Dr. Game Shark. We're going to cheat our way through about 2 hours of the game, make a lot of progress, most likely, because we'll be super overpowered, and see what other story stuff this game offers. It looks like there's more of a story to this game than there was in 1. but unfortunately, there's more stuff you got to do. Like it seems like progress is a lot slower than it was in Monster Rancher 1, even though we're getting out the Game Shark at about the same points in the playthrough. Let's see what qualifies as death in this game. If one of the monsters dies, like a literal monster death. It's not losing a match. It's not losing a tournament. It is, your monster's dead. The first death was Peepo 2. It was our little robot buddy. And then the second death was Suezo. Suezo the fourth. Suezo the fourth got like that from one of the golems and got hit for 400 damage with like 150 HP, and that was it. That was too much for Suezo. So pour one out for Suezo 4. Our current monster selection that we got is we have Lanky Kong, which is some sort of orangutan looking thing. And we've also got Bootleg Geodude, aka Geodud, that dabs and also can turn itself into a pair of legs. It's Geodud is featured on the cover of the game here. This is Geodud. Right there. So that is currently our boy that we're rolling with here. Hey Towster, good to see you. All right, so let's get going here. So as always, here's the thing that I like to do that recaps what we did previously, because the last time we played Monster Rancher 2 was like a week and a half ago before we started King's Quest. So just in case you forgot, even I forgot what we did. Here's what happened previously on Monster Rancher 2. Previously, the only Duke Nukem game we've done so far, I think there's 3, is you want some more meat? All right, sure. We're gonna have one fat Donkey Kong. Wait, this thing's a literal ghost. This is cheating. How am I supposed to grab a ghost? What'd you like to do? I got this mochi here. Can't pay for it. That's fine. Alright. We can get a bootleg Geodude. Geodud. What the? What? Alright, Geodud is the best so far. Alright. Dr. Game Shark in the house. Hey, Fruit. Andrew. Oh yeah. Do I make tags during the stream for highlights? Do it all manually? I do it all manually. I fast forward through the video and watch it back to check for 1 for production problems and 2 for if something notable happened. I also have timestamps for every time we do a dank meme, a save and a death, so that does help. But it's for the most part, it is manual. So you can see why. Like every hour that I spend streaming is usually has at least another hour of either pre or post production for each thing I do here. Okay, so these are the cheats we're going to be using here. Maximum funds, 100% loyalty, and maximum stats. Killer monsters and maximum stats are the exact same code, but we'll just use maximum stats because sure. All emblems seems like it'll unlock more stuff than I really care to at this point, and it might screw up like story progression, so we're not going to touch that one. There's an additional code for unlock all the restrictions for making monsters from your CDs, but it doesn't let me enter in additional codes here, so we'll not bother with that. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll probably get there just with these. So that'll be what we're rolling with here. So let's do this. So if you hear some buzzing in the audio more than usual, that's because I'm using my other system, which cannot be modded for digital audio. My the small PS1, because that one doesn't have a separate digital audio converter in it. It's all in one chip, so you can't modify those for digital audio, unfortunately. All right. Good old Tecmo. All right, so we're going to be doing about, let's say, 2 hours of this, and then we'll just cut it off there, because even with cheats, it'd still probably take like 40 hours to do everything in this game. Man. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, why is my... There we go. Okay. All right. This looks like it's at the wrong resolution. All right, hold up. Hold up a second. This is that one, I think. Yeah, that looks more right. Okay. It's kind of weird how different games use different things, but sure. All right. So we're going to roll with this one. This is the one with Lanky Kong. And then we'll see how far we get. So we got Lanky, or no, we have Geodud is currently our active monster, and then we have Lanky Kong is on ice. And then that's pretty much all we got right now. So because we are literally cheating now with Dr. Game Shark, you can see that this is way more than we used to. This is now 100. And our monster is yep. So this is the same the same stats as that thing that brutally murdered Peepo 2. So we'll get revenge on that monster at some point. All right. Okay. Yep, Geodud is ready for it now. So we might actually be able to complete an errantry now. So we'll be able to see what these look like. So let's just start with this one. All right, acquire a new technique, and let's take on Stray Mew. Sure. All right. You better not screw up any of these this time. So we'll finally see what all these look like now. Yeah, Mask of Eternity. I really like that game so far. All right, he's got a dab at the end, of course. All right, we got a new technique. The doctor is doing its work. All right, looking good. Looking good so far. What? What? right, well, this will take up another week. All right, well, at least he learned a new technique. Let's get a technique here, I guess. So we can take it on Rock Block. All right, sure. So I guess stats don't matter for this? Huh. As always, Monster Rancher remains a mystery. Wait, was that a failure? That... What? What the hell? And now he's injured again? All right, back in time for the tournament. Welcome back, Geodud. Sure. All right, we'll rest for a couple weeks. That's weird. Yeah, YouTube chat does have a pop out. That's actually what I use because I got a whole bunch of windows open on my my chat laptop here. Okay, let's rank up. All right. So I think we can enter the tournament above his grade. All right. I think we do dare enter this one because I'm pretty sure we'll be fine. I'm pretty sure we're only going to be doing like one actual battle in this because the rest are going to forfeit. All right, Great C. Here we are again. The Great Exciting. Oh, there's Offrey again. Oh, they didn't. Okay, they didn't immediately forfeit. When I tested this like a week ago, everybody I went up against just immediately forfeited. Got him. Was Doctor called in? Yep. We have called the doctor for our final segment, Monster Rancher 2. Yeah, now they'll know not to mess with Geodud. Geodud gets sent to the hospital easily, but Geodud hits like a truck. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal was with the errantry. So yeah, we already tried doing the errantry, sending your monster off to somewhere else to train, and Geodud failed on like the first stage both times and got sent to the hospital both times. which that hasn't happened at all prior to now. Okay, recommends giving up. There we go. Okay, now they're all giving up. What the hell is that thing? Susvein? All right. Offer gave up. All right, good job, Geodad. Pivorous. Is that like a caterpillar or something? From the icon of that thing? All right, good job, Geodad. All right, that looked like a very exciting battle. It was like 95% HP to 99% HP. Okay. All right, only one potential fight left. Set up for streaming weird portable systems like Neo Geo and WonderSwan. I would if I cared about those systems, but I don't. For systems like the like here's a Nintendo 3DS XL. The way that I capture something like this is I made these. Oh Jesus! Oh God! Oh. My setup is not made for. All right, hold up. Not made for moving around easily. There we go. Okay. So what I did for this is I 3D printed a mount like this that has a tripod mount on the bottom of it. So I can just put this in here like this. This way. And then I can have this on a tripod in front of me. And this 3DS actually has capture built into it already. This is one of those rare ones from Japan before the guys stopped making them. Let's go. Trying to wear all this stuff while wearing a sweatshirt doesn't work out sometimes because it all gets caught in my sweatshirt. Okay. So that's how I record that. Same for a Vita. I 3D printed a similar mount for my Vita. So I could do direct capture from that while also having it on a movable arm in front of me. Let's see. And the only other portable system that I would be recording from would be a Tiger Gamecom, which at some point in the future I'm going to have to figure out how to tap into the display signals from it and wire that up for VGA most likely. Oh, also I have a Virtual Boy, and that's already set up for capture. Hey Matt, what hacks are we pulling out? For the game or for capture stuff? Because for the game we got max stats and max stats, max money, max loyalty. Oh, look at that. 999 to 999. Okay, so we're rank C now, maybe? Alright. Nothing but the best for Geodad. Well, I'm not going to get a whole new platform for one or two games unless I really, really, really want to play those games. And saying there's a really good strategy RPG, that does not interest me in the slightest. Not at all. All right, third rank. Oh, fighting games. Even more exciting to me. I'll pass. Oh, that's a hard pass on that. Okay, so we're rank B now. Okay. Papa's Cup. All right, so we got 2 months until the next official Idol Master Cup. Let's get sent to the hospital again, I guess. I'm wondering if this is since we're B rank? All right, hold up. This guy had new dialogue. Go ahead. Oh, well, he did have new information, but maybe the fee's only 1,000 now that we're B rank. All right, special technique, sure. Okay. Sure. All right. Yeah, PS1 is got some quality SRPG shovelware. I believe it. So for the most part, I have had a decent time with most of the ones we played so far. Which, if I recall correctly, we've only really done what, Vandal Hearts? Vandal Hearts 1. And I think that's it for strategy RPGs. I'd have to look at the database here. Complete category. Strategy, RPG. We've done 3. Oh, Azure Dreams. Azure Dreams, Ogre Battle, Vandal Hearts. Those are the 3 we've done. Another failure. What the hell? Hey, Totoro. My favorite fighting game, Star Wars Master of Teräs Käsi. Oh yeah, that's a great one. Actually, like, I think among my favorite fighting games so far, there's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I really like that one. I really liked Air Guides. I like that one. And I also liked it was the furry game, the fighting furry game. Oh my god, Geodud. Okay, I guess we're not sending Geodud out to all that anymore. What was it? Bloody Roar. Bloody Roar is the game I'm thinking of. You know, the furry game. Yeah. Yep. I like that one. And I think the common thread between all of those is that they are easy. I did do the Air Guides quest mode. Okay, good. We're not dead. Well, Geodud, I guess I can't trust to send Geodud out anywhere because he's just gonna die apparently. Enors wasn't a fighter; it was a platformer. Unless there's another one that I don't know about. But the Animorphs game that I played in PSXplosion was a side-scrolling 2.5D platformer. Yeah, Geodud is man. I don't know what the deal is. If this is because of Game Shark. What? Maybe like our luck our luck skill or whatever maybe wrapped around from 100 to 0 or something. Because this is bizarre. So did he actually learn any new skills? Okay, he did. So even though he gets put in the hospital, he does learn skills. Sure. Cyclone. Okay. All right. So, okay, I can't send him on an errand tree here. Come on, play. All right, we'll do it. All right, we get to pelt our Geodud with rocks again next week. Can't wait. Tail Concerto. Yeah, I've heard good things about that one actually. Never played it. Never seen it before, but I have heard that one's good. And we will be revealing the next PSXplosion game in probably in an hour and a half. Since we're currently not doing voting at the moment for PSXplosion games, it's just straight up random picks. So we'll see what the computers decide is game number 195 coming up. Game number 194 is Sim. Sure, we'll play with Geodud. Sim Theme Park is the next PSXplosion game, and that one's going to be a one-sitting short game. So we'll... Okay, is this still the same thing? Pushing sumo, okay. Okay, so anything but X. Oh, it just... Alright, just rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Let's launch an attack. Press it consecutively. Push the radar icon. Sure. Hey. So what the hell's going on here? Is this because my monster is level 1 billion and I have no hope in hell of defeating the Geodud? What? Sure. Okay. Yep. That was the thing. Sure. Okay. So we got another promotion round coming up in 2 weeks. Actually, there's kind of no point in training since we're max level. Another week of rest. And then let's go take down everybody in the tournament. Okay. All right. So we should be able to just skip straight to A. And give him the business. I have a feeling this won't be an issue. Alright. So far we haven't had any more plot, by the way. The last time we had plot was in like the international intercontinental tournament or something. And that was a long time ago. At game time. That was like 4 hours ago. I wonder if that's like once an in-game year that happens. And maybe I just missed those because I was doing something else that month. Alright. Alright, Kitty. I think Kitty's the one that killed one of my It is. Alright, revenge. Revenge time, boys. Alright, we'll give him the... Yep. Alright, revenge achieved. Got him. That was for Peepo. That was Peepo's murderer. Wish there's a way to fast forward through this. There's literal duck. It's like duck made out of blocks. Sure. Yeah, that's how we do it. Lamb sweet. Oh, this is just a basic bitch mochi. Okay. Somebody actually put in the time and effort. Whoa, okay. Alright, Mochi. Let's see what diving press does. Oh, dang. Yeah, that'd do it. Holy crap. It looks like Kirby now. It's like Kirby with a leaf on its head. Got him. Yeah, that's like... It's like a duck wearing a sweater, maybe. Man, seeing all these unique monsters now. Yeah, I maybe did. Kitty deserved it. I'm gonna guess the Mochi probably did too. Oh no, Kitty's still alive. Oh dang it! We're not gonna fight the duck in a sweater. So that's the smart move. Smart move there. All right, Gotrek is a furry whale. It looks like. Sure. That's a pretty sassy looking Suezo there. The Mochi won. I'll be damned. Oh, okay. 2 actual fights in this one. All right. Oh, it's the furry whale. I love that attack. Got him. And its model is so big, it clips into... Perfect. Got him. All right. Smart. Smart. We will spare the sassy Suezo. Okay, actually doing another fight. What's this one with? I think this is with Archelon. Yep. So this is like a robot scorpion. Okay. That's a pretty cool looking monster. Alright, let's see what kind of attacks it has. Missiles. Alright, shoot some missiles at me. Just diving into an attack. Alright. Alright, that one's dead. That one's definitely dead. When the final hit is a crit. Star Trek with goats. That sounds like an improvement. Star Trek. It's still on my to-do list to watch a Star Trek series. It's probably going to be Next Generation, but I think starting with season 1 of Next Generation is probably why I haven't watched more Star Trek, because season 1 of Next Generation is pretty rough. All right, Siva. Man, only like half the fights gave up this time. Ever getting a bike again? Maybe in the future. But currently it's not really a priority. If I did, I was actually looking at a 2010 Honda Valkyrie, which I think it's the VTX 1300. I want to say is the model number. It's the power cruiser version of the Goldwing. So it's essentially a Goldwing except without all the touring stuff on it. And I'd probably go with something like that if I were, if money was no object and I just had to go out and get something today, it would probably be one of those, because those can actually be had for a reasonable amount. Because I think my back is just too far gone to go with anything even remotely sporty anymore. Because otherwise I'd probably go for maybe a BMW S1000, S1000RR. For something sporty. For less sporty, maybe a Honda VFR. Again, like I had before. For a standard, probably a KTM. I forget what the good ones of those are, but probably a KTM. All right, we win. The best one-off ones? Yeah. Yeah, it's been on my to-do list to watch more Trek, but I'll get to it one day. Let's see, what I recently finished watching was the season 1 of The Witcher on Netflix. I finished watching that a few days ago, and man, that's really good. Really enjoyed that series. Yeah, I really liked my Interceptor. I used to have a 2002 Interceptor, and that's kind of my first and only bike, but apparently they're well regarded, so I picked a good one to learn on. All right, you learned a lesson of no progress. Good job, Geodead. And I think the next step for my TV series watching is probably the second season of Twin Peaks. I only watched the first season, and man, it sure ends on a cliffhanger. That's season 1. And I liked enough of Twin Peaks season 1 to bother with season 2. But just if anything, to see what the hell happens. But man, that's a weird show. And then after that is probably The Expanse. I watched the first 2 series of The Expanse, and I didn't watch season 3, and apparently there's a season 4 now. So that's probably on the to-do list there. Okay, what we get? Yeah, it was. There's some really good acting. Like, generally, I haven't been impressed with Henry Cavill in the Superman stuff, but I think he did really good as The Witcher. There's a lot of good character moments in that show. All right, we're rank 5, and so we didn't get any special cutscenes out of this other than, hey, good job, you did the thing. Okay, so there. It's not like that, apparently. Sure. Okay. Yeah, Deadly Premonition, the show. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Free for all. I wonder. That's the Heroes Cup. Are they doing that international tournament again? Because I'm a New Year's. I'm a. Yeah, they're not. Maybe it's just not going further in the calendar. But I don't see any of those international cups like it used to have. All right, Geodead. Okay, so Heroes Cup for a hero badge. Okay. All right, since we have all this money, let's see if there's anything good in the shop that we can make use of. But yeah, the problem with getting a motorcycle where I currently am in NorCal is that it rains like half the year, and I had a hard enough time keeping it upright when it was not raining. So, all right, oil squeeze from nuts. Sure. Become more popular. That seems good, and we can afford that. Sure. Sour jelly brace. Sure. Overweight, relaxed, stress. Sure, let's get some of that. Apple cake. Sure. Smoked snake. Sure. Candy. Gain weight if you eat a lot of sweets. Why would you? Huh. Maybe there's a gameplay reason that you want your monster to get heavier, but kind of doubt it. All right. Have this start rune. Geodud. So Geodud was at like 11 popularity, previous to this. And let's see what this star thing does. 51. Okay. So it gives you 40 or 30 popularity just by eating it? Okay. Hurt 3 times. Sure. Two-stroke Vespa. Nice. Yeah, the thing that I've kind of come to realize after writing for a bit is that for me personally, I have more fun. Well, this goes for cars too, but I kind of have more fun with the lower powered stuff because you can really enjoy what you're doing rather than just fearing for your life the whole time while you're you're trying to keep whatever overpowered thing you're on from either flipping over or sliding out and all that. Sure, let's play next week. Which is why something more like a Valkyrie interests me a lot more than like a 200 horsepower BMW at some point. That's not to say the Valkyrie isn't overpowered for what it is too, but at least it's made for more sane riding than an S1000 would be. Sure, let's play Geodead. Hopefully this is more interesting than whatever we did last time. Alright. Alright, what are we doing today, Geodead? It's this again. Alright, well clearly I didn't understand last time, but this will probably be fine. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. That the gameplay loop for this would be perfect for mobile. So why is it? I want to change my. So we want to be rock. So why isn't it letting me change to rock? We were doing well at the start. Like I'm hitting circle. Like I want to change to rock, and maybe I gotta hold it down. Like the instructions say you need to mash when it's doing that, but it. I don't know. I don't know. Hey Matt. Yeah, we were talking about if I were going to get a motorcycle again, like if I would, and what would I get if I got one? And my preferences have changed from sport bikes to more power cruisers. Not going like full Harley, let's say, but like a Honda Valkyrie, which I don't think they even make anymore. So I think the tournament isn't. So I'm not going to bother with that tournament. Okay, so I think if I send them off to an errantry, we can at least do a time skip. Oh hey, this guy isn't a jerk to us anymore. Interesting. All right, let's get a new technique, and let's fight against Frabber. Sure. Oh. All right, Geodead, don't get sent to the hospital trying to break open a watermelon. Okay, good. And we learned a new tech. I'll take it. Just gotta slap these sharks. Okay. That. Oh, no. Okay. So we're still not going to see the end of Iron Tree, apparently. That's so weird. I wonder if this is just all RNG, because clearly it can't be stats. All right, well, we passed 3 at least. We didn't get to the giant enemy crab, though. All right. Hopefully he's just not in the hospital. The doctor is Dr. Game Shark. We used the Game Shark to get... Okay, all right, this is fine. We used Game Shark to get infinite money and maxed out stats. Because this is going to be the last time we touch this game, and we might as well see more of it than we've been able to do until now. Okay, what is the... Okay. So we got one more rank up to do next week. Yeah, you can lane split in California, which is nice. On the freeways and up to stoplights legally. Which most drivers don't actually know that, and some of them get very mad if you do that. Up to and including opening up their fucking door in your path. Even though it is actually legal via state law to do that, but some people don't know that. And even if they do know that, they just get really upset that motorcyclists can cut the line, and it's pretty messed up. Even though all it's doing is helping traffic by them being able to do that. And yeah, there are more strict emissions regulations for California bikes, but any mechanic involved in working on bikes in the state will be able to quite easily bypass those. It's just in order to be sold, they have to meet those requirements, but you can very easily modify those back to the international spec for power and all that. All right. Yep, good old cagers. Oh my god. Geodud. Okay. Come on, Geodud. Alright, so this should be our S-rank tournament here. Unless it has some like weird invite-only requirements to it. Alright. So let's see how this goes. Two strokes? Yeah, two strokes aren't even legal here in the States for street use. Because of emissions things. So you can for off-road and track use, but not for road bikes. All right. Let's do it. S-rank tournament. Geodud. Well, luckily Geodud gets it done when it counts in the tournaments. All right. Grade S. Let's do it. Okay. So this might still actually prove to be a challenge. I can't just autopilot my way through this. Oh man, there's Thanos, who's a clown, it looks like. So we got a clown, we got a rabbit, we have a Zapdos, we have a fish, we have a mollusk, we have the dog from Neverending Story, and then just generic wolf thing. Sure. Alright, Geodead. Let's do it. Oh, in the Midwest. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's probably a California thing for two strokes. Alright. Alright, Zangief. The 5 balls. Alright, give me the 5 balls. Oh, jeez. Alright, 5 balls to the face. Okay, turns out Cyclone's pretty good. So we have 5 minutes. Yeah. Well, the YouTube player works differently from the Twitch player, by the way, because the YouTube player has a DVR built into it. So there's a big difference there. That if you hit pause on the YouTube player, it literally pauses, and if you hit play again, it will pick up immediately afterwards. Whereas if you hit pause on any other streaming site and then hit play, it'll get you back up to live. On YouTube, no, it pauses you and brings you back to where you paused it. So that's important. That you if you do have to hit pause for bandwidth or whatever, you want to hit the live thing on the play bar to bring you back to the live feed, and that's only on the YouTube player. On the player on my site, it shouldn't do that. Yeah, you can also rewind up to 2 hours on YouTube. So there is a DVR function, but it only goes back 2 hours, and I usually stream for more than 2 hours. So, and that's also why if you watch the archive of the stream that I do, only initially the last 2 hours of the stream is available. That's because that's the DVR buffer. Oh, okay, hypnotism. Sure. Oh man. Oh. And he dabbed on him. Oh man. All right. And dabbed on him. Nice. Well done, Geodead. Gave him the business. What the hell is that thing? Wait, is that a Grim Reaper clown? Is that like the final boss of this game? And it's already lost twice, apparently. Huh. Okay. Sure. All right, let's do this. Horror tea. Oh, this is the Pokemon that you can get. Sure. All right, shell attack. Give me the shell attack. All right. Maximal shock. All right, let's see that one. I guess it's not going to do it. All right. Give him the business. Good job, Geodead. Okay. All right, Thanatos, are you gonna ever win a fight? Hey, there we go. All right. I'm not even sure what the hell Ordorf even is. All right, Prometheus. Let's do this. Geodead the first? That's a good question. Maybe? Did it die? I could have sworn No, because the deaths were Suezo and Peepo. So I can't remember why I called this one Geodead 2. Alright, arm cannon. Give me the arm cannon. Man, laser sword. This thing is just a Gundam, apparently. Two yo-yos. Gee, Prometheus, how come you get two yo-yos? Is this thing ever gonna attack? No? Okay, there we go. Oh, man. Alright, we're dabbing on him. Thanatos, not really making it happen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we went straight to Geodead 2. Why? I'm not sure. I probably had a good reason. But sure. Alright, Daphiel. So we'll finally see what the hell this thing even is. It appears to be just a stone slab with a sun design on it. Oh, this is like... Okay. This is like a mage thing? Huh. Okay, smash thwack. Alright, give me the smash thwack. Okay. Spirit punch straight. So it's got a bunch of just basic attacks. Alright. Firewall. 8% to hit. Let's do this. Got him. So it looks like if Zagraf loses one more, then we just kind of win by default. All right, Ordorf. Okay. This one really got min-maxed. Oh man. Okay. So here's what our Geodead could have been doing. The ninja kick. All right, let's see that one. Oh, or not. All right, give me the ninja kick. Better timer scam this one. Alright. I refuse to put a fellow Geodad into the hospital. Alright, so we win by default, it looks like, but hopefully we'll be able to see what that the Grim Reaper clown looks like. Alright, what even is this thing? All right. Colt throwing shade at our opponent. Huh. I wonder if this is the same type as that that mage thing we fought earlier. Oh, dang. Okay. The Death Cutter. Death Smash, Death Punch. Oh, man. Okay. This thing's clearly like a boss, I guess. Well, let's put Death in the hospital, I guess. And dab on him. Got him. Yep, the only Grim Reaper here is the Geodad. Alright. Okay, so we get a fancier trophy. Okay. All right, that's a lot of fame. All right. Now what? I hear it loading. And that PS1 is reading the hell out of that disc. Okay. Learned a lesson. No, he didn't. Okay. Oh, jeez. Do the thing where you sneeze and cough at the same time, and that... Ugh. Ow. That hurt. Ugh. Alright. We're your 6th rank. Okay. Geodud's birthday. Alright. Perfect. Perfect timing. Get bigger. Phew. Sure. Okay, so did that unlock anything else? Carnival, Phoenix Cup, Grade A, the Chairman Cup. Huh. Yeah, maybe it's you gotta be invited to the plot cups or something. 'Cause we're already rank X, I think. Yeah, we're rank S. Well, this game did have plot at some point. Yeah, we're final rank, 6th grade. The last plot thing was like 4 hours ago, and it was the international tournament. We were in the B division, or the second lowest division of the intercontinental tournament, and we haven't had one since. And I think we even like won the tournament, but there has not been anything like that since. We haven't even had any dialogue since then. So maybe we got to keep staying around the farm. So another thing that I saw from when I was looking at the GameShark code for this is that you can actually get a second spot on your farm. Okay. You can actually get a second monster corral in your farm. All right, what's this? Oh, there we go. Okay, the greatest 4. Okay, this is the major 4. There we go. Okay, this is the tournament where year's most strongest. Okay. All right, Geodud, it's time. So that's February, mid-February, it looks like. All right, the greatest 4. There it is. Yeah, definitely not the Elite 4. Just don't send the lawyers, Nintendo. This is the greatest 4. Very important distinction. Not the Elite 4. All right, now they've got that. Let's just make sure to save again, just so we don't lose it. Okay. So we need to not send our Geodud to the hospital before then. Oh my god. Our maxed out stat Geodud can't even complete these simple training things. Alright, Geodud, just... How about we just rest for 6 weeks? I think Geodude will probably be fine. Alright, it was week 2 of February. Alright. Tablets. Okay, so this, there it is. All right, just in case. All right, let's do it. The greatest 4. No, I didn't. I wasn't able to enter in the code that unlocked the restrictions. Oh man, look at this. Okay. Oh, why didn't they do something like that for the earlier ones? Like, they probably would have made these a whole lot cooler if they did, but sure. I'm sure it took minutes to program in that. All right, Loveless. And it's only a best of 4 or 4 opponents? Our opponent, Zelandia, seems pretty bad. All right. Beware their bad techniques. If you lose this bad monster, just pack it up, I guess. All right, Geodude. I wonder if we get unique music for this, too. Okay. Right off the bat, starts by trying to get you. Okay. Spinning Claw, Trample. Okay. Got him. So those are probably the unique monsters that you can't get until you beat them, I'm guessing. So yeah, it looks like we got another killer clown and then an armor dude. This one, the Loveless looks like a Grand Stream Saga enemy. Alright, is this one also bad? Seems pretty bad. Okay. So she must say that if they're clearly a lower level than your monster. Alright. So it's still got the same attacks. It's still Death Energy and Death Twister. So even though it looks a little bit different from the one we fought earlier, it's still just the same attacks. Huh. All right. Sure. And I guess I've already won the tournament because everybody else already has. Well, I guess they need another loss, but. All right, Loveless. Let's do it. That's sure. Okay. Gust Slash. Man, they are really aggressive at this high level. Jumping Stab. Million stabs. Cut in two. All right. Live a Geodude. All right, give me the cut in two. Grit. Oh, dang. All right. All right. Finish him off. Got him. All right. They give you a picture frame? All right. Okay. That seems way worse than all those cool trophies we got, but here's a commemorative picture frame. Not even 100 fame for defeating the not Elite Four. Well done, Geodude. Sure. Oh yeah, you're right, Space. You're right. Yeah, we combined our first Geodude with that rabbit thing. All right, what we get from Ima? Is it an invitation to the legendary four? All right, we're 7th rank. Okay, there's even tougher tournaments now. All right, Geodude, don't die on me. We're getting close to the end of the lifespan of Geodude, I think. And apparently there's more tournaments. What's that? Any more S rank stuff? Elimination. Huh. Maybe it's that? September, October. Yeah, that's greatest force. We already did that. Yeah, maybe we'll get something in the mail again at some point. Just change the weather. Okay. Official tournament. Well, why bother with that? All right, we have mail. Is this just half price? Oh. If we send Geodude to that, he's just gonna break his non-existent legs again. So we'll not. Huh. I wonder what the deal is. Maybe it is that thing in July. Or the elimination tournament, where it's a fight to the death, I'm guessing. And then that's the... I don't know. Oh. All right, sure. All right. Cool. We'll have a nice altar. Wow. All right. Geodude is putting his life on the line so we could have a slightly better monument to all of our past monsters. Great. Official tournament. I don't see the point in entering the official tournament if we're already rank S, though. God, I love that. Okay. Yes, we're rank 7, and we have the emblem of that. Yeah, this is weird. Like, I don't know if we're... Sure, let's go to town. Maybe there's an event there waiting for us. It's cornered. Very passionate. Absolutely. And that's it. Okay. All right, I'm curious. How much is our Geodude worth? 1600 G for a max stats and everything monster? What a ripoff. All right, anything new with the shrine? Okay. So nothing going on there. Sure. All right. Don't drown, Geodude. It's got to be because he's at max stats. It's got to be. Still no invite. Interesting. Oh, now it's Ms. Cole. Okay. Oh. Sure. All right, maybe this time we'll let's go here. Sure. And we can take on Scaly Grass while we're there. Sure. Pass any of these things? No. He's actually failed them so badly, it sent him to the hospital every single time. The furthest we've ever gotten is stage 3. And I think it's related to why we're losing the training as well. Like, something about what Game Shark is doing to the game code is probably screwing with the chances of doing this properly. So we did get a tech there, so we got something out of this. But it also makes me suspect that it's not just raw stats that influence whether or not you're successful or not. It's some other value that perhaps the Game Shark is messing with. Yeah, the dab is so good. Okay, all right, there's two successful. I don't think we've even seen the third or fourth stage of this. And this is intelligence, apparently. All right, I guess we're not going to be able to see the fourth stage. He's probably going to be in the hospital again. Oh, or not. Okay. Good job, Geodead. Still tired. All right. We could just give him some items, but not like we're doing anything else. So there's probably some in-game point where you get invited to more stuff. All right. Well, it's almost July already, though. Okay. So let's just do this to pass the time more quickly. Okay. Sure, we'll give this one a go. And we'll take on Burning Wall. Okay. Just don't get sent to the hospital. Oh wait, we did already try this one. It might be the best rested trade. I'm not sure. To be honest, I have not been paying too much attention to that readout. Okay, good. Finally succeeded in this one. That one put him in the hospital the last 2 times we tried to do that one. So far, so good. This is the furthest that we've made it in this session. Could just walk around the camp. Come on, Geodad. Slap the hell out of that camel. There you go. All right, perfect. Is this a fail? Okay. And then the rock blows up, I think. After this. Or it should. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright. So we're finally made it to stage 4. Or I guess we have in this session as well, but we haven't made it to stage 4 in this one in a while. This is the antlion? Yeah. This is how far Lanky Kong made it, but Lanky Kong wasn't able to defeat the huge antlion. Oh? Nope. Nope. Same result. Same as Lanky Kong. Alright. Well, it didn't put him in the hospital. That's a good news, I guess. Alright, so the next unique S-rank tournament is end of September or end of August. So it's not this one, this is just the official cup, but the elimination one is next month. So we will take it easy for a month. Yeah, I have. It could just be like just complete RNG, whether or not they succeed in the errantry and the training, but I'm not sure. As far as I know, the only values that GameShark is affecting is money, loyalty, and like attack, defense, speed, and all those that are measured in the pause menu. All right, is this just the half price thing? Yep, half price entry. Oh boy. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we're just getting extraordinarily unlucky during this session, but I have a feeling that something weird is going on with the stats. Okay, is this another invite to a unique tournament? It looks like it. Okay. The Winner's Cup. All right, so we already defeated the Elite Four. Famous trainers. Okay. How are we not a famous trainer? We're... Okay, so one is... Okay, so I need to make sure to be available on the second week of every month, because that's when they send out the invites to the tournaments that matter, apparently. Okay. All right, so we're not even going to bother with that elimination tournament now, because it seems the invite-only tournaments are the ones that actually advance plot. All right. Hopefully it'll be another 4-entrant tournament, nice and quick like the last one. Okay. All right, week 2 is the Winners' Cup. All right, let's do it. 10,000 G for this. We could build 2 of those shrine things now if we win this one. Okay, so the exact same animation as the last one. And it's in the same arena. Sure. Hey, Eddie. All right, the Winners' Cup. Wait, the winner, the apostrophe is after the S in this one? So the Winners' is Cup? Yeah, the Winners' is Cup. Sure. The plural winner. Sure. Alright, this is for Burgundy, Rouge, and Carmine. Hey, it's Carmine again. Okay. Alright. Well, that's how this one's gonna go, huh? Sure. And? Oh, okay. Rouge actually wants to fight. Let's do this. Yeah, Carmine knows better. Carmine still remembers. This is one of the famous strongest monsters? Okay. It's maybe you're supposed to have done this before you did the Master 4 or whatever. Yeah, we're gonna get instruction from the giant statue in the magic area. That in order to lift Blue's curse and fulfill his destiny, we have only one mission: to kill Rouge. Can't wait to get to Soccer Frontier. I've been meaning to beat that game for decades. Really hoping that one comes up at some point. Furthest I ever gotten that was halfway through, like, Red's story. And that was it. Okay. Burgundy actually wants to fight. Sure. A PS1 game is next. PSXplosion game number 194 is Sim Theme Park. And then game number 195 we'll pick, the system will pick once we're done with this one. So we'll find out after I do the wrap up for this. And just looking at the time, that will be within, let's say, an hour from now. Acrobatics, okay. All right, let's see, acrobatics. Give me the acrobatics. Okay, that's a pretty cool looking attack. The 13 whole damage. Pardon me while I dab on you. Yeah, Sim Theme Park's gonna be short. That's gonna be a one-sitting game, regardless of how I feel about it, because it's one of those games where you can play it pretty much infinitely. I think the first theme park game, we wrapped that one up in like 3 hours, and boy did it end on a pretty depressing note. That one. Got the chroma key on here. It works pretty good. All right, so we got a medal this time rather than a picture frame. For 10,000. All right, well, at least the reward is higher for this one. So maybe it was done in the right order? All right, I'll max frame it. Okay. I assume that's the cap for fame. Unless it just happened to work out that way. Yep, the smug Geodead. Pretty good. Learned a lesson. See, look. No improvement. Well done, Geodead. Okay. We did it. Okay, we're 8th rank. Sure. Here, hit their wall. Okay, so there's more after all that? Good lord. Like, how are you supposed to be able to do this without your monsters just dying of old age constantly? Like, it takes a lot of grinding to get up to being able to be strong enough to do all this. Okay. So we'll know on the second week of the month, I guess. Ugh. Well, yeah, there's that the monster combination mechanic. So you can start off fresh with monsters, but that requires you to level up 2 monsters, right? So it's like this weird pyramid scheme of monster generation. Like, to eventually have one really good monster, you gotta start off with like 8 decent ones, and then combine them into one eventually. And each one you have to keep leveling up those from rank, the lowest rank. So each one you have to start over from the very bottom. Okay, still no invitation. And we still haven't been invited to one of those international tournaments still. The rare occasion where there's actually been any plot at all in this game. Hey? the official tournament is happening this week. No, it doesn't matter because we're... Oh, do we have a... Oh, God. Okay, so there's spaces here for... Interesting. I thought that one was just in the middle because that's like the best place for that, but nope. There's a whole lot of badges left. Oh man. That must be what that all emblems thing is in the Game Shark codes. Okay, so here's another invitation to the tournament. All right, the World Monsters Cup. Second week of November. Yeah, this one's definitely a project, but and this one's definitely not like a rental. If you rented this one and played this one till the end, that would get very expensive very quickly. For back in the day. And I suppose, like, thinking back to around when this came out, like, target audience for this, probably younger players who get drawn in from watching the cartoon on TV. And then it either just gets bought for them or rented or something. And this will be like their one game. More mail. What? Okay. Oh, is this a... this must be a half price. Half price. Getting all excited for the half price thing. Alright, so this will be the World Monsters Tournament this week. Kind of weird that she doesn't mention it. These are important tournaments, but... You'd think the game would at least remind you that there's a very important S-rank tournament. Yeah, not having a memory card, yeah. Yep. Actually, I remember in college, there was a guy who had a PlayStation, but he didn't have a memory card. So he was trying to play through Final Fantasy VII in one sitting. And I recall he got like halfway through disc 2, I want to say, and then fell asleep and then the power went out. So he lost all of his FF7 progress, and then I don't think he ever finished it. Hey, Highwind. Drugard. So, okay, there's the dragon again. Walmart with that memory card. Yep. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the FF7 remake. And that's actually coming out on my birthday, so it's like it works out. FF7 is probably my favorite Final Fantasy. Like, it's between that one and 8 for me personally. Just get that one over with. We are game sharking, by the way, for those of you tuning in late. The doctor has made a house call, and we are max stats for everything. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. right. Ciara's got quite the skin, it looks like. Oh god, you're gonna blind race of 7R? Alright. Sure. I'm hoping FF7 Remake has difficulty selections to it. So that if you did want to be more challenged with it, then you could. Because regular FF7, you could cheese the hell out of that one. So it would be nice if they had some options for difficulty in that one. Man. Give me the driving press. Oh no. Gonna get headbutted by water. Had post-game? Well, it didn't have a post-game. Once you beat the final boss, it rolled the credits. But I know what you mean, though. I actually really like the side quests in 7, more than like 8 and 9, let's say. And definitely more than 10. Probably the best one for side quests of the ones that I played would be 12. All right, Ciara. Let's All right, children, cover your eyes. Ciara fight is coming up. Yes, step on my Geodude. Yes, bang my Geodude. Alright, fine. Yeah, I didn't really like the Final Fantasies post-12. I played through all of 13. I didn't like any of 13. I played like an hour of 13 too, and just took the disc out, put it back in the box, and forgot about it. And then Lightning Returns, didn't even bother with that one. 14, I like in concept, but I don't like that it forces you to do dungeons to party up. I like playing solo. Okay, so we get a cool trophy for this one. And then 15, I put through the whole thing and thought it was okay, but okay is as glowing as my praise for that one. It's going to be. I thought it was a great looking game, but I didn't like the story at all. The gameplay was just super tedious. Okay, so we're at max fame here. So I think there's spots for two more badges. But hey, maybe now that they've committed to the FF7 remake, maybe they'll just keep pumping out sequels to FF7, and that's A-okay in my book. Rather than continuing to make the FF15 crap. Just keep making sequels to 14 and 7. And then also completely remake 8, and I will be just fine with the state of Final Fantasy. One more rank to go? Okay. Alright. So we're getting there. We're almost there. Alright, we just gotta hope that Geodude stays alive. for the next while. So hopefully Geodude's lifespan is not up at this point. Okay. That weird drum roll at the start of that kind of threw me off. Like, oh no, is it time to send Geodude off to the farm? Okay. An official tournament? Oh man. Can't wait to not enter that. Okay, yeah. So it looks like there's at least 2 more spots. Or like there's that big and like that. So sure. So once you're ranked 10, I'm guessing there's probably one final tournament for ranked 10 trainers. Do they get bigger? No, they it looks like they get some unique designs. And certainly their stats get better, but besides that, there's no other real changes. Official tournament. Oh baby, back to bed. All right, Geodude. You're 1 year closer to death, Geodude. Let's make it count. Phew. Good job, Geodude. It's another cake. All right, Geodude. Let's bring it on home. Just don't suddenly die on me, Geodude. Okay, this is likely not an invitation from a fan of Geodude. What the hell is Geodude gonna do with that? Wait, what? 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 I don't recall this bird having died. No, we're keeping it. It's a gift from a precious fan. All right. Is it, So it doesn't appear in our item list. What? Sure? What the? Okay. I'm not sure what the whole point of that was. Here's the greatest four. We can enter the greatest four again, apparently. So it looks like May 2nd is probably another one of those tournaments. Interesting. Wait, this is another invitation to the Greatest Four again? We already did that one. What? I already won that one though. Oh. No? So this is the most plot that we've had in a long time in the game, and it's about a weird, creepy doll. But yeah, the doll's a knife. Hey, Orange Blur. Yeah, my back is better today. It wasn't feeling good yesterday because I went to an NBA basketball game in San Francisco yesterday, and sitting in those seats really didn't help my back. But a good night's sleep fixed that right up. So we're doing pretty good today. Okay, so I guess I can end this. Maybe it'll rank me up again if I win this one, even though we've already beaten this one before. What triggers the doll? Sure, go ahead and tell me. I am at this point. Once I start game sharking something, I'm generally okay with plot spoilers if it's not a puzzle game. So feel free to tell me if there's anything special I need to do, or if there's anything weird I missed that we can still see. I assume it's something that happens like far into the lifespan of your monster that just happened. Okay, Loveless, Carmine. Okay, well this is the same 4 that we fought last time. Huh. So it looks like the lineup is the same for this tournament every time. So we can just quickly give them the business and be done with it. Nope. All right, we got to dab on it one more time. Well, they think maybe this time it'll be different. So clearly not. Oh, the doll becomes a A replacement monster? Weird. Huh. Oh, and then our opponent just decided not to fight us. Oh, that happened last time, too. I forget against who. Alright, we did it. Alright. Still max fame. I wonder why I missed one of those tournaments. Maybe I sent Geodud on an errand tree, and it made me miss one of the days, I'm guessing. Like Geodude was away from the ranch, and I was supposed to get the letter to be invited to one of those required things. Well, if Geodud ends up dying, that means we'll have a ready replacement besides Lanky Kong. But hopefully we can run through the tape with Geodud here. It might be pretty close on lifespan though, because I think it's 3 to 5 years is what the manual says, I think, and Geodud is 2 years to. Okay, well no, we still got plenty of life left in our Geodud. We just need to get to the weekend month where plot things happen, apparently. Special tournament. So far, there haven't been that many things to spend your money on either. It's kind of weird, like all the items in the shop. It looks like most of them aren't very useful. So, besides like errand trees, I don't see much of a reason to stockpile money in this game. Oh, okay. Alright, is this our invite? This might be an invite to a tournament we've already been to, though. Ah, M1 Grand Prix. Okay, this is... Alright, this one's new. Alright. I'm assuming that's May 2nd? Yep. So that's also for 10,000. Okay. How long to beat without Game Shark? Oh god. Apparently there's a speed run for this. So at minimum, however long the speed run is. And there's also a guide for being able to beat the game for with the regular monster. Or the default ones. But considering how long things take to do, probably minimum 12 hours, let's say. If I had to make a guess. Like if you know exactly what you're doing and are optimal from the start and mash through things, probably still 12 hours. Okay, so it's second week of May. Monster Grand Prix. 100% and 9 hours. Okay, well, there you go. But as far as the blind playthrough, I have no idea. I haven't even beaten the game yet, so how would I know? You know? Yep, Dr. Game Shark has been called in. We are 999 in all stats. We have infinite money and maximum loyalty. All right. M1 Grand Prix. Definitely not the trademarked F1 Grand Prix. There's a slight chill. I wonder if that has anything to do with elemental things. Like maybe monsters weak to the chill will do slightly worse. Oh, there's Rouge again. Children, avert your eyes for the Rouge fight. Got him. So glad, so glad that we have a dabbing monster for our grind to the end. Thoughts on Philip Rivers possibly retiring? Well, he's had a hell of a career. Probably not as great a one as he might have wanted, but I think he accomplished a lot and had a great career. He'd probably be more well-regarded if he was on any other team than the Chargers, to be honest. Yep, adults, remove your pants. It's time. But I think he's accomplished a lot, and he's probably a Hall of Famer, so if he does end up retiring, then good on him. He can spend his retirement tending to his 20 kids, or however many he has. Oh, this is... Oh, never mind. This isn't the monster that I was thinking of. And it actually dodged one of my attacks. Okay, I might actually have to try here. Got him. I don't think we've come across this down yet. Huh. All right. All right, so this one's new. We haven't battled this particular one yet. Dang. Okay. I might actually have to try for this one. It actually tanked the cyclone. All right, I have a feeling this is probably one of the ones that can potentially one-shot you. So we'll just get that one over and done with. So even at maximum stats, some of these monsters are still put up kind of a fight. All right, so there's our fourth major victory. All right. No change. Ready? Ready for what? The credits? Wait, what? Just got a different outfit on. Ready for what? Master of training. Sure did. Sure did. Very profound. Uh-huh. Direct links gifts work, not the linked ones. If this is the ending, this is pretty anticlimactic. Seven people on just textures. Sure. Pocket Station. 3 people on just the Pocket Station game. Techbo. Okay. And then does it dump you to the main menu? Oh no, okay. So there's post-game content, I guess. Okay. Huh. That makes me wonder what if there's anything that goes there. But I don't care that much, to be honest. Okay. All right, so now that we're max rank of that, there's also there must be something with that international tournament, the intercontinental thing. But that was only at like certain times. Chairman Cup, Real Monsters. Huh. I don't know. Okay, so let's we weren't able to do this before. Alright, so let's go into town. Now that we're such a high rank, perhaps now we can generate some of those monsters that the game didn't let us do before. So let's just do that as our victory lap here on the Monster Rancher. So let's make another save. All right, so I'm pretty sure that that Grand Stream, it wouldn't let us make a monster at Grand Stream, I think. So we'll put Geodud on ice. You've done us well, Geodud. Now get in the tank. All right. Oh, didn't put in a disc. That's just Monster Rancher. Okay. All right, so we'll give the Grand Stream Saga a go here. My tablet turned off for some reason. All right, the Grand Stream Saga. I can't remember if we did do this one, but we'll see. All right, let's see what the Grand Stream Saga gives us. Because previously it just said immediately like, hey, you can't do that before. So now it at least says put the Monster Rancher disc back. And what? Oh, that's game. Oh, I put in Game Shark. I put the Game Shark disc back in. Okay, that's why. All right, here's the big moment. What we get? And the Grand Stream Saga gives us Lanky Kong. Okay. I did speedrun Grand Stream. I am the greatest of all time Grand Stream Saga speedrunner. At least I think. It's been a while, and I haven't really checked. All right. Let's see. Disc 1 of Overblood 2 was one of those. I think Alundra also, but it was disc 2 of Overblood, or no, disc 1 of Overblood 2, a PAL version of Overblood 2. Pretty sure that one gave us a special one. No, Star Wars gave us Peepo. They gave us Peepo 2. All right. So we'll see what this one ends up being. What? Where? What? Maybe this is like one of the Pocket Station monsters or something. Alright, do we have... Oh, that's important. Oh, man. Monster Rancher 2, huh? Okay. I don't think we tried Skull Monkeys. Yeah, let's try Skull Monkeys. It's incredible. It's a green disc, so it'll just look like that. Yeah, you probably have to beat some of those weird side tournaments. Like, hey, there's this rank C tournament in July that you have to beat to unlock something, I guess. Which is pretty lame that they gatekeep so much content. Alright, here's the big moment. Let's see what Skull Monkeys gets us. Oh, this is the Thundercats thing. I think. Sure. Alright, what the hell is this thing? Oh, it's a rabbit type. Oh man, look at that thing. This is like combination Mochi and rabbit. Likes Purry. Oh, that's nice. So slash claw, thrust claw. Alright, let's send it on an entry. Maybe this one won't fail us. Yeah, that's why they needed 6 texture guys. Was for detail like that. Alright, what animations does this thing have on the ranch? Can't possibly beat dabbing. There's a lot of animations to its toenails. Like, those are really smoothly animated for some reason. Alright, let's see if this... Oh, it became master. So high praise, and then, oh, by the way, we doubled our price. Oh, interesting. So the volcano is inaccessible to lower levels. That must be what he mentioned before. Okay. Well, let's see if this thing can defeat the antlion. And also take on Burning Wall while we're there. All right. Maybe this thing won't fail us. our weird beaver thing. So far, so good. All right. So far, so good. Oh man, got a lounging animation. Come on. Come on. And it failed again. Oh, God. Well. And it injured itself. Disappointing. So glad you're better now. Okay. I think that'll do it for Monster Rancher 2. Let's take a look at the save icon here for it. Once we're in the BIOS. All right. And the save icon for Monster Rancher 2 is it's the mochi. Okay. Day number 1. It's just a mochi doing a weird mouth thing. Sure. All right. Well, I'm actually going to hang on to the save data for this one now that I know that there's a save data transfer thing. So we'll make sure to not dispose of the save for this one. Okay. All right, let's stop the timer on this one and get this one wrapped up. Okay. All right, get that turned off. All right. Monster Rancher 2, huh? All right. Completed? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we got to the end. We saw an ending. We saw the credits. And if that's not finishing the game, then I don't know what is. So sure. And did we cheat? Absolutely. Absolutely did. Okay, things I liked. Monster Hunter's premise is still pretty unique. Also, I called it Monster Hunter again. Let's see. More personality in the animations this time compared to 1. They at least attempted to have some sort of plot in this one, unlike in the first game. which, hey, that's something. It looks like there might also be some sort of Pocket Station compatibility with this, but I'm not sure if that's anything to do with the US version. Let's see. Still a massive time sink if you're into that sort of thing. And that's probably it for things I liked. Things I didn't like. Still a massive time sink. Seems like there's a lot of unnecessary randomness in skills and events. Translation was bad enough that I didn't know how to even play some parts of the game, such as the mini games. Is what I'm specifically referring to here. Even though there's more plot in this game than in the first game, there still wasn't much of it, and it didn't really make too much sense. It's unfortunate that some of the cooler monster designs are locked away behind some requirements, so you never get to see them in a lot of cases. And that's probably it for that. Okay. Dank Beams, the toucan teacher. Female trainers try to not teach it some kind of techniques. Sure. There's also dabbing. Sure, Debbie. Suddenly credits. That's kind of it as far as I can remember. Not much to this one. All right, drum and bass. Not really. Ayla Mao's, maybe that ghost? The ghost with the top hat? As far as any actual other aliens, though, I don't think the plant things count. I'm gonna say the ghost with the top hat probably counts, though, so we'll do that. Difficulty easy to hard. So any game with a significant amount of randomness to it is automatically going to be at 50% difficulty, because there's not a whole hell of a lot you can do about randomness. Like, it's either going to go your way or it isn't, with no say on your part, and that automatically makes a game more difficult than it needs to be, because you're wrestling not only things that require skill but also virtual coin flips, which I still do not like as a core tenet of your game design. Is, hey, make a bunch of things random. And like, even they show probabilities on screen during fights of like, hey, this is gonna has an 80% chance to land, and more often than not it doesn't land at 80%. So stuff like that is particularly annoying and adds the difficulty. The limited lifespans and just how quickly and easily your monsters can be one-shot and killed in this game certainly makes things more difficult. And it looks like some of the difficulty, at least, is tied up in, can you stand playing this game for hours and hours and hours with very little to show for it in terms of like plot progression. Like, sure, you can make meters go up, but that's about it. So there's very little defined rewarding with the gameplay and difficulty as far as that goes for me personally. So I'm gonna say harder than average, but it's still doable. Like, maybe there's some sort of way you can find to cheese the RNG or something. Like, maybe there's certain patterns that the character progression follows, that on the second Tuesday of May, or the second week of May, you will always win this errand tree or something. But I don't care enough about the game to really figure that out. So we'll say it's harder than average, but not like stupid impossible. Like, this is clearly still beatable with them if you're just persistent at it. But it certainly is a chore. And then rating 1 to 5. I thought this was better than the first game. I think your trainer has a rank that's persistent between monsters. So there's some sort of background statistic in regards to that, I guess. But as far as like tournament progression and all that, I believe that's tied to the monster that you have. So yeah, I thought this was better than the first game. So the first game introduced the whole generating monsters from disc thing, which is cool. And then the second one kind of built on that with how did this build on it? It added a little bit more plot, but it seems like the basic structure of the game was roughly the same. Like most of the big changes between 1 and 2 was they made more things 3D rather than 2D sprites. Like all the training segments were I gotta sneeze here. Okay, I was about to sneeze. So yeah, they changed up some aesthetic things between 1 and 2, but as far as gameplay structure, it's still just tournaments. The combat system was pretty much exactly the same. I think the mini games might be new. I don't recall the mini games, like the throwing the rocket at Lanky Kong mini game and the rock paper scissors game. I don't recall that being in the first one, so that's something new. Those are pretty dumb though, to be perfectly honest, and not fun. I don't think those added anything to the game. Like maybe if those were like pocket station things you could do with your monster, then sure, great. But as far as stuff built into the main game, I didn't think it was rewarding at all. And I don't think you got stats or anything from it. It was just the thing that you did with your monster for a week instead of train. So you lose a week of productivity with your monster. Oh boy. So presentation wise, I think this one's better than 1, but the combat, the rest of the gameplay structure, pretty much the same, not improved. And I personally did not like it that much from the first game. It looks like they tried to put in a story in this game, and then they just kind of gave up presenting a story at some point. Because we went from like, hey, you're a new trainer, here's your new trainer stuff in your ranch, get to it. And then, hey, new trainer, we're doing this intercontinental monster tournament between the two tournaments. We did that precisely once. Got some dialogue between another rookie trainer. And then it was just like, okay, win a bunch of tournaments until you graduate. And then roll credits. Like, I don't know, perhaps I inadvertently skipped a bunch of stuff by cheating with Game Shark. I don't know. I have a feeling there's probably a whole other part of the gameplay that we just haven't seen because the way we got through it. But I have a feeling it's still no better than what we've already seen. Perhaps there's more depth to it when you play this as a multiplayer game, because there is a 2-player mode where you can face off in a fight with another player. But even then, like, I'm not sure how that changes anything in regards to how great the game is, you know? So for me, this is probably still a below average game, as far as I'm concerned. Like I didn't particularly enjoy my time with this game, and even powering through it, like I didn't really feel satisfied with how this game plays, and yeah, this is clearly not my kind of game, and I'm not sure exactly what they could change to make it more appealing, but yeah, as far as I'm concerned, this is a 2 out of 5 for me. So unfortunate. And we still have like 3 more of these, I think, in PSXplosion. Let me check, because goddamn. All right, Monster Rancher 2. Is there? All right, sort by title. What's it also sorting by here? It's sorting by something else right now. screwing up my sorting. Full appearances. Okay. Monster Rancher. Oh, there are 0 more Monster Rancher games in PSXplosion. Perfect. I'll take it. I think there's like a card game as well, but I probably just didn't put that in PSXplosion, which, good call, Past Purry. For once, I'm not disappointed by Past Purry. Okay, so there wraps up Monster Rancher 2. PSXplosion number 193 is done and in the books. Commit. All right, so now that we have finished another PSXplosion game, it's time to reveal what game number 195 is. So game number 194, if we just switch to it now, just briefly. Sim Theme Park is game number 194? I thought it was 195. I can't. Oh no, it is 194. Okay, so yeah, this will be our next game coming up, Sim Theme Park. It's pretty much the same or very similar to the one we've done before. This one will be relatively short, a one-sitting game. Probably going to spend max 2 to 3 hours with it, and then we'll move on from this one because these games are generally all the same. But that'll be for the next time we stream. But now, next, we're going to pick what game number 195 is, or more specifically, my servers will pick because it's a complete random draw right now. It still uses the same rules as it did previously, where it won't pick the last 3 genres that have appeared. I believe it's 3. In there it is, that one. So that means that the games eligible to appear are everything but RPG, sim game, I think. I'm not sure what Sim Theme Park is. And then what was before this? Kodelka, RPG. So anything that isn't an RPG, or a management game. So it could be a racing game, it could be an adventure game, it could be an action game. Most likely it's probably an action game because we still have a bunch of those left. But let's see. And PSXplosion game number 194 is Bogey Dead 6. 1996 flight game, huh? All right. Developed by Asmic Ace Entertainment. Bogey Dead 6. This isn't a red flag exercise. It's the real thing. Okay. So we got an analog joystick game, boys. I can get out the big boy for when we play this one. So yeah, it looks like a 1996 air combat game, and it's probably going to be not great. I'm guessing. So this is probably going to be a one-sitting game as well. So we got another nice short one here for PSXplosion for that one. And yeah, we'll let's see. No pain, no gain. And if you don't watch your tail, no plane. All right, that's some quality advertising there. Sure. All right, so Bogey Dead 6 is going to be game number 195. Let me get that set up in the database here. 195, huh? Game number 195. Bogey Dead 6. Okay, good. I'm kind of glad it's a short one, actually. All right. And then in progress upcoming. All right. So Sim Theme Park and Bogey Dead 6. Those are the next 2 PSXplosion games coming up. They're both going to be short, thankfully. So, yeah. All right. So in progress. For the backlog, we got King's Quest Mass of Eternity, which will be up next. I'm going to take a short break for a couple minutes or so, and then we'll get set up for King's Quest, which we will likely be beating tonight, because I'm pretty sure we're right at the end of the game. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I will be right back. The next game is Bogey Dead 6, which I will bring up for you right now. Bogey Dead 6 is game number 195, the game that was just picked. It is a flight combat game from 1996. Hey, at least it's going to be short. It'll be a short one. And it's also compatible with the analog joystick. So I gotta find whatever box in my room has that controller in it, because we finally got another use for it. Because early PS1, before the dual analog controller came out, there was actually a completely different standard for this thing, for the analog joystick, that sends data for analog to analog sticks, but it doesn't have a L3 R3 inputs, and it doesn't have rumble. So it's completely separate from the protocol for DualShock controllers. And yeah, it'll certainly be a thing. I'm expecting it to be pretty short. Shortest PS1 game, OG Ridge Racer? It might be. So far, I think the shortest one that we've done so far was, if I remember correctly, it was Tekken, I think. 55 minutes. Let me actually sort the completed by length there. It looks like Battle Tanks was 43 minutes, so that was even shorter, but we didn't beat that one. Return Fire was 44 minutes. We didn't beat that one. Overblood 2? No. Fluxoflux. Star Wars Demolition, Grand Theft Auto. Rugrats Search for Reptar. We did beat that one. That was an hour and a half. That was pretty short. Oh, I'm sorting by the wrong thing here. Let's see. 26. There's a game that we stopped at 26 minutes in. Area 51. Area 51. This one was the shortest. 26 minutes, and we beat it. That one has been the shortest so far. 26 minutes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it was a straight up arcade port for Area 51. There was no extra modes. It was just, hey, here's the arcade game. Have fun. Or as much fun as you can have, because Area 51 is not that much fun. All right. So I need to restart this. I can close this. All right. FPS Analyzer. All right. Just gotta get this couple other things set up, and then we'll be good to go here. Oh, my TV turned itself off because sure. It didn't like how long it took to go through Monster Rancher wrap up apparently. Okay. 0, 0. Okay. All right. So, King's Quest Mask of Eternity. We are damn near the end of the game. From what I recall, we got most of the pieces of the Mask of Eternity, and we've beaten most of the lands that we've been up to so far. Like we're still not quite done yet with the ice area, I believe, but we've cleared out nearly everything, so we're almost there at the end. Oh yeah, the PS2 Area 51 is quite the game, apparently. Apparently it's like Perfect Dark, kind of. And not in a good way. And yeah. So, in case you missed it, or forgotten what happened, here is what happened previously on King's Quest. The Mask of Eternity. Previously. Uh-oh.
Yeah!
Can cure the dying journeyer for the price of 25 gold coins.
Ah, I remember now. Thank you.
That's got to be not very comfortable.
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. I should move cautiously.
Drop a rock on this guy. If we can pick it up. All right, let's try again. Wait. So there's the key to the jail cell. Wait a second. All right, and that's all the amazingness that happened last time. Man, what a game! What a game! All right, have this that set up like that. We should be getting input here in a second. Once this all right, come on, there it is. All right. Okay, gotta do that one. Okay. All right, King's Quest. Mask of Eternity. What a game, indeed. Okay. So this is where we ended last time, I believe. Unfortunately, this does weird things with Okay, Lost Paradise. We already did this. So unfortunately, once you start overwriting saves, I'm not sure which one's the most recent save. It might be this one. Yeah, I maybe could have farmed that guy. This is probably the last save that we did. Probably, maybe. Because Paradise Lost is that last area that we got to. And we certainly didn't do a whole lot more than this, I think. So we got the flaming sword. Oh, we didn't do the potion of might yet. Because we should have what, 420 in that, so maybe it's this save. Because we most definitely did do the spell of permanent might. We cast that, and I think that's where we cut it last time. Was the spell of permanent might. So we got to figure out which save it is, because it's not in chronological order in the saves, because Windows 98 video game. But it's probably this one. So let's see. Yeah, 460. That looks about right. We don't have the spell ingredients for the might. Okay. This is very likely where we left off. So we're still missing, I think, 2 pieces of the mask here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So there's 5 pieces of the mask. We're missing 2. We haven't found the one that's in this world yet. And I believe that's in the locked area on the first floor of this area. Which we're looking for a lever to open this. This is likely where the mask piece is, because that's what the in-game NPC kind of hinted at, that the piece that we're looking for is inside the key. And there's a big chest behind a locked door in this area. So clearly we're looking for that. So there was a large gap in front of the front entrance to this this thing here, and it suspiciously looked like a large enough thing. So we put the icicle in there inside the gap here. And then when he put down the icicle in there, he said, I have an idea. And usually that means that there's some other step you have to do this. And I have a feeling it's operate the lever to close this door, because the door doesn't close on its own. So the lever to use that door it wasn't this one.
Tis empty.
It is empty. I don't... Well... Huh. Where was the mechanism to open and close this door? So that was my thought, is that you have to slam this door shut and then... Okay, so if that's not it, then is it... Oh. Oh! Oh! Wait, what? Huh. Okay. So we gotta... So we got some water? Okay. And does that mean we can... So what does that accomplish? What does that accomplish? So we need so our end goal here for this area, take away the sword, is
Could be a locking device. I see a slot. Perhaps something fits there.
yeah, so we need something that'll fit in that slot to open this, and then that is presumably where the Mask of
The
Eternity
door is locked.
There's also
The door
this guy
is
in there.
locked.
So we can't, like... Yeah. Ah! Oh, we gotta freeze it with
Success.
that. Hey! Okay. And then... Yo! Alright. Okay. So you gotta make use of the elemental things that you have. Hey, look at that. Hey! Okay. Got it.
Aye, it worked. I hope to not break.
Well, we can make another one. Okay. Got him. Hardest puzzle. Well, so far the hardest puzzle was that dumb elevator in the fire area. That one stumped me for a while. Okay. Just Falcon punch that guy. And...
Aha! Another mask piece.
Oh, that's one of the Shadow Guard guys.
The mask belongs to my master. It will not aid you.
Twill not aid you either.
Alright. Got him. Okay. And we got a level up out of it. Nice. Okay. Gadzooks. that'll be a zoinks, a zounds for me, dog. Okay. So, as far as mask pieces then, so we got the one from there. I don't recall getting one from here. Or okay, so the first piece we got by default started the game. The second piece we got from, or we didn't get one here. We did get one here. That was at the witch's place, so that's the second one. The third one we got from. If we got it from the Barrens, I don't remember where. What, it might have been here? Okay, maybe we're heading... I guess we're heading back up to where that, the druid was. So we got the... No, there's 5, because we're still missing a piece up there. We also don't currently have access to the final area of the game, the whatever it is, the floating islands or something, but we'll figure that out. I'm sure there's an in-game mechanism for it to tell me how to do that. So we did get the permanent spell of might, and I have a strong suspicion that that is for moving those big metal boxes in the Land of the Dead. Which oh geez, okay. Which we so far haven't been able to interact with. This way. So there's still the little girl in the Land of the Dead. We haven't been able to save her yet. So I'm sure that'll get us something. And I'm trying to remember, but I'm pretty sure the only place where those big metal boxes where I got XP for something.
I am not near anything to climb.
I got a lot of XP. What? Okay. I just got a lot of XP for something. Whatever it is, I don't know. But we got a third of a level just now for just running over here. And we've already been here. So I'm not sure why it did that. Because clearly we've been here already, because that's a dead dragon. Okay, here I believe we can just drop down. Okay. Oh god, XP for jumping. Who knows? It might be. It might be. Maybe it's like an Elder Scrolls game where you just got to jump constantly to level up. All right. So we have these cool crystal pyramid things, and that's the in-game hint mechanism, I guess, but they don't give you access to until the end of the game. Presumably the end of the game. All right, what's he got for us this time? I'd rather not. Please don't give me hints unless I specifically ask for them. By the way,
hast completed thy work.
I'm looking to do this myself.
Thou art now prepared for entry to the realm of the sun. Behold.
Oh, okay. So that guy gives you the. All right, not yet. Okay. All right, Land of the Sun. All right, just in case it crashes, and also in case anything weird happens here. All right. Hi, Cyrus. Good morning.
Hail, champion eternal, thou hast completed thy worldly tasks. Thou art now prepared for entry to the realm of the sun. Behold.
How have we completed our task, though? We only have 4 pieces of the mask. And all right, sure. Also, if there's any in-game movies that play, any video, sometimes they just might not play. Luckily, this one is. Good. I also can't touch anything. I can't touch the mouse or the keyboard, otherwise it will skip this. I gotta be really careful. Like, even adjusting the volume can make it skip this. All right. Are we dead? Did that kill us? Okay. Looks like there's not much to this area because it's not loading a whole lot. So I suppose if it is just floating islands, then there probably wouldn't be a whole lot. Okay, hopefully there's a teleport point in this area. And then Realm of the Sun level 1. Oh god.
By my oath, am I really here, in the realm of the sun?
Huh. Okay. Why weren't we able to do that earlier? If it's supposed to be that easy. Eh? Okay.
You're dead meat!
Oh, wait, come on. Man, these guys are way easier than the ones we fight earlier in the game. And I've almost leveled again. Oh, oh. Okay. Sure.
It is locked. There must be a key.
Oh. Okay. Oh man, do those just continuously respawn? That's annoying. Okay.
Hark! Seek thou the tablet of knowledge. Thou shalt not enter the hall of truth without it.
Hark.
Alas, 'tis locked.
Alack.
Hark! Seek thou the tablet of knowledge. Thou shalt not enter the hall of truth without it.
Sure. Oh, those are the things that are in the water. That's a pretty amazing animation. Okay. We only got one more, one whole DPS on our ranged weapon out of that level up. Okay. Man, I'll give you tons of healing here. This might be just the game freezing until it loads. Okay. All right. So this is where's this land again? Sun. So we'll just call this Sun. Oh, no. Save. Okay.
Tis beyond my reach.
Oh, that's neat. The enemy's weapons can break breakable things.
Halt, puny mortal!
Okay, I have a feeling that any room with this square on the floor, these guys can likely spawn. So I just gotta be careful in rooms like that. Yep. Okay, it's gotta be these squares on the floor. Like if you step on one, these guys will spawn. Maybe you specifically have to step on those squares to get them to spawn? Alright.
Could these be the archons of which the prophet Hector spoke? The guardians of the Mask of Eternity?
The chance of order provides
Could the...
life immortal. The armor of light can protect against Nucleto. Sets armor, only the sword of truth can battle Nucleto. Seek the tablets, regain the missing precepts that have vanished from the tablet of knowledge. Only the Black Abyss can vanquish him. Mortal Nucleto cannot be slain.
The tablet of knowledge, void of its precepts.
Void of its precepts.
This looks to be a sacred sun altar.
He shall
Okay.
free us. He is banished. All is darkness and evil.
And it makes you walk when you enter this hallway for some reason. Okay, so if I didn't step on the square that time and no spawn.
Halt! Hand over the mask!
That hardly gives you any XP at all, killing these guys. Alright. So it looks like the guys in armor don't respawn, but the weird demon things do. Whatever these things are. There's another one somewhere else. I don't know where that other one went. Maybe I should just use the sword instead. That seems to be a little more effective. Okay, so this is back where we started. And it doesn't look like I can return to where I came from. Here. It just looks like once we're here, we're here. The save system is really annoying. Alright. Yeah, like the map made it look like we're gonna be on some cool floating island. This thing is giving me the business. Okay. Maybe that was the boss? Huh. Sure. Okay, there's something up there. Alright, so it means level 1 and level 2. That's going up, I guess. Oh, we can ascend here. Okay. Oh, geez. Maybe these guys just spawn randomly. Guess I'm not getting those. Okay. Well, I should probably finish exploring this floor before going up and down. So does this function as a warp point? Oh. All right. So we got that tablet, but it sounds like we have to do something to the tablet. This is annoying if these guys keep respawning. Like, sure, I'm getting healing items out of it, but... Oh.
'Tis locked. There must be a key.
Okay. Okay.
Alas, 'tis locked.
Behold, the
Oh.
Hall of Truth. Have faith, O champion. In trust is truth.
I see. Okay. Oh my god. The save system. Like, at least in the other King's Quest games, you could just change directories. There it is. Okay. Alright, so in trust is something.
A golden sword. But how can I reach it?
Ah, haha. Okay.
I am not close enough.
Sure. Why trust when you can use a rock?
I am not close enough. It disappeared.
Sure.
That fiend, it taunts me. Oh, what is this?
Oh, we got
I
a...
bear the key of truth.
Okay. Sure? A hell of a puzzle.
Egad!
Alright, hold on, demon. I'm pretty sure that was probably supposed to kill me. Alright. That's a zounds from me, dog. Okay. Well, let's see if that's supposed to kill you. Like if we... Yeah. So that is supposed to kill you. Alright. So if it nudges you off the platform, it doesn't kill you. Maybe? Let's see. Let's go in here with the sword drawn.
I am not close enough. I am not close enough.
Alright.
Egad!
What happens if we give this thing the business? Zounds? Alright. Well. Okay. Zounds. We did it. Okay. Maybe we can actually...
Disappeared. It disappeared.
Gadzooks. Okay. I guess we're done with this area. Alright, so we got the key. That's presumably for that. Let's see what's over here, I guess.
You're dead meat! What is the power of truth?
I know not the answer. I shall seek it.
Okay. That looked like a piece of the mask there for a second. Okay. There's nothing to the right here. Okay. Can't remember what that is. Maybe I just didn't explore there. I guess I'll head there next. We haven't pulled in stuff here either. Yeah, talking doors are never your friend in video games. Power of love. Well, we already learned of the power of love in King's Quest 6. Oh, jeez. Okay. This room is bad news. So that's that open area on the floor moved downwards when I came near it. So it looks like it's a pressure plate. Hold on. So let's see if our good buddy Mr. Rock. No. Okay. Ah, okay. So they're hidden. That makes more sense. Okay, so if I walk over here, yeah, okay. That solves that mystery. So if there's already a spot on the floor, then I assume walking into it again doesn't spawn another one. At least not immediately. Okay, that solves that question, I guess. Alright, so this is where we got the tablet. That's for that. So there's still a spot here where we can use a grapple to go up. But I think going through this door is probably our next move. Alright. Alright, we get our Zeldo sword and shield.
Truth is mighty and shall prevail.
Okay. 840? Holy shit. We went from like 400 something. Oh. Okay, so this is the sword and shield from the cover of the game. So we got that, and it looks like there's still another suit of armor. It looks like. So there's still that, and that looks different from the armor you get when you use the defense magic. So there's probably another armor upgrade. Yeah, a little bit of a power upgrade, just a little bit. Man. Okay. I guess no sense in using the ranged weapon now. Unless we get a really sick ranged weapon, in which case I'll totally use that. Okay. Alright, so I guess we're going up. Oh, there is the door. Maybe we can answer the door's riddle now. So I have a feeling we probably have to go up to the higher levels to learn the rest of the answer for that magic door. I kind of get the feeling we're past the point of no return, though. Like,
What is the power of truth?
Truth is mighty and shall prevail.
Okay. I'm not sure if I want to backtrack to that grapple point, but it'll probably be okay. Oh, all right. Maybe we should. All right. I want to see what's at the top of that grapple point. Because it might be a teleport point back to the previous lands, and if it is, then I know we have stuff we can still do in the other lands. At least one. So let's see what's over here. All right. No, the potion armor is a white tunic thing with a big red cross on it, like Crusader armor. Oh, this is just a. Well, that's anticlimactic. Okay, well, all right.
I carry a small medallion depicting the Mask of Eternity.
Okay, well, it looks like there was a plot item up here. Glad I went back, I guess. It's kind of a weird thing to keep in just a pot up there, but sure. Okay. See how quickly that demon thing dies with this sword. Two hits. That's pretty good. I will take that. All right. It's weird that they split these up into regions. Maybe like this is the outside part of the temple, and that's why it needs a separate load zone. Because there weren't really load zones for most of the rest of the game. It was just here's everything. Enjoy it. But now here they decided to split it up into smaller levels for some reason. Okay. And this is a... Oh, jeez. Okay. If ever there were a place to use these strength and... Okay, well then. So we got an invisibility potion. And yeah, this is what the Crusader armor looks like, which does not look like the... like that armor. That one's got like a sun on the chest. Okay. This is a much smaller area, judging from the scale of the map. It looks like this is just all combat all the time in this area.
You're dead meat!
It's a good thing I've been stockpiling healing items for most of the game. Because now we really need them. whole room?
How gainest thou the light?
Strength?
I shall seek the answer.
Sure.
Hand over the mask.
We still don't even have all the mass pieces yet. 50. So
You're dead, underling.
hopefully that last piece of the mask is here, because otherwise, shit, I don't know. Maybe we're soft locks. I sure hope not. I guess we will see. It'd be nice if these guys drop 3 healing things.
Die!
I'm using 3 healing things on pretty much every fight. Those work too. Okay.
You're dead, underling.
This looks kind of like that teleport point, except it's just a big cauldron.
Vile cauldron, can I stop it?
Oh, that's what's making. Oh, we saw this in a vision earlier in the game.
Egad, the vision in the witch's cauldron.
Yeah.
Foul cauldron creates these nasty devils. Vile cauldron, can I stop it? This will not work. This will not work. This will not work. This will not work. This will not work.
Use our spare key you've been
This will not work.
hanging around.
This will not work. Extraordinary.
Ah!
It is really a sacred well.
Naturally. Sure. Alright, and it's a healing spot. I'll take it. Alright, we solved that puzzle, you guys. The old-fashioned way. Use every item until it works. I'm a genius. Alright. This is actually the first free healing place we've come across in, like, 3 worlds. And not unwelcome here. Okay. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's master adventure game player here. This is top level gameplay. You're witnessing that. I played an adventure game or two. I know how to click items on things. Okay. Maybe guards won't. Oh, I was gonna say maybe guards won't spawn anymore because of that, but nope.
You're dead meat.
Alright, I'm not gonna run back and forth with that thing constantly because I got healing for days. Okay, what does Spooky Ghost Man have to say here?
Lo, champion, the hall of light. Thou shalt not walk in darkness, but shalt have the light of knowledge.
So it's gonna be really dark in this area? Sure.
I cannot read it. 'Tis too dark here.
Okay. Assume I got to just push this thing. Push it into the light, probably. Oh man, what a puzzle. Dang. I really had to strain my brain on this one.
The key to enlightenment is knowledge. By my faith, another key.
Zounds. Yeah, well done, Roberta. She's outdone herself on this one. All right. Nice set. It forces you back into walk mode when you go through those special doors for some reason. Sure. All right. So that's probably for that door there. So probably something. I don't think I've come across a locked door yet. Yo. All right. So this is the last of our chainmail onesie. So it looks like we're still going to have a little bit. We're going to have chainmail onesie right down there now. So the one thing that's going to be least protected is right there. Well done, Roberta.
Mind enlightened gains the light of life.
Yep, yep. You got all this other protection, but right there, you got one obvious weak spot. It's like, so these are chainmail assless chaps, essentially. Or plate mail assless chaps. Well done, Roberta. Yeah, also helmet. You know, first time in the game we've had one. Plate mail assless chaps. They censor. That's a new one. They didn't used to do that.
Alas, 'tis locked.
Alack.
This will not work.
Guess we're not getting through there. Okay, is there anything back this way? Alright, well now okay. So compare this to that. So he doesn't have a helmet on in the title, but it looks like everything else is pretty much the same. We're on the cover. Okay. And yeah, we're definitely at point of no return now from the looks of things. So there's nothing off to the side there. So yeah, it's either here or here. And I'm curious if there's a way through that door. Yep, where's the sun? Okay.
How gainest thou the light?
A mind enlightened gains the light of life.
Hey, Slamwich. I am doing great. Hopefully you are as well. We finished up Monster Rancher earlier, and the game after Sim Theme Park is Bogey Dead 6, which is a flight combat game from 1996, and that should also be a short one for our upcoming in PSXplosion. So Sim Theme Park is going to be a one-sitting game, and so is Bogey Dead 6. I might just do them both in the same stream. I don't know. I'll just throw both of them on my PSIO. We can just bang those out in one evening. Because I'm still not exactly decided on what the next backlog game is going to be. I have some ideas, but I'm not quite decided yet. Okay. Well, we Game Sharked through today's session with Monster Rancher, and we got through to the credits. There's not much to that game. Okay, this looks and sounds like a final area, if I had to guess. There's that something's making a hissing sound around here. That okay. Sure. So I just had to interact with the gold urn thing, and it opened up that thing. I'm guessing the potion of seeing visible probably would have revealed that. I wonder if that's a sleeping sound effect, is what that is. It's like a sleepy dragon or something. Because it's either something hissing or somebody snoring.
Speak thou of order.
I know not how, yet.
Okay. And yeah, this area of the game is a little underwhelming. I was sold on cool floating islands, and instead we get this generic ass dungeon. Like, I think this area is right up there with the Land of the Dead in not much to it. Oh. All right. These are the zombie enemies from the... Oh, shit. Okay. Sure. Way tankier here. I wonder if this is a portal back to the Land of the Dead. Okay.
'Tis locked. There must be a key.
Or maybe there's enemies here because we didn't resolve all of the plot things in the Land of the Dead, perhaps? I don't know. Yeah, their faces are really weird. It's the same faces as the skulls in that skull puzzle. But I guess all the skulls in that area had that same weird face. At least the random like minor enemy skeletons.
Alas, 'tis locked.
Behold the Hall of Order, O champion. He who does not correct small faults shalt not control great ones.
Okay. So he who does not correct small thoughts shall not have great ones, I guess. We didn't get a subtitle there for that one. So apologies for those who couldn't hear that. But sure. I'm not sure what he means.
I must discern the proper order.
Camera? Hello? Oh no. It's a moving block puzzle. God, okay. Alright, so this one's in the corner. So how do I... Can I move that? God. Well, this looks horrible. Okay, this is... Alright, at least I can move individual blocks, so that's something. So we gotta get all the edge pieces all the way out of here. Oh, that's the farthest we can move that. Okay. So this one needs to get moved down. Oh, no. Okay, well, sure. Okay. This one's over. So it's that one needs to get to the bottom. Well, that's nice that we can just... we can kind of push in between them. Okay. Alright. And then... Can we push that up, like hit the corner of it like this? No. Okay. We can't push these any further down. Okay, so let's push those together and out of the way. Okay, so I want to get this one up there. So we'll push this one. Well, didn't want to do that, but okay. Push this one. Actually, wait. I wanted to push this one out like this. I want to move this one over here. Get this one in the corner. So this one's top center. Okay, that's not where I wanted that one. Sure. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of these kinds of puzzles either, but this one, for what it's worth, this one could be much worse. It could be the kind where you, there's only one empty spot and you have to move them all in place. Those puzzles, I hate those. But this one isn't that kind of puzzle. Which, thank you, Roberta. Roberta, why is the collision detection so not great? Okay, so we'll get these three together. Push that. Okay. Together up there and out of the way. Alright. Yeah, they could have been much worse. Could have been much worse. Alright, let's push these to the right. Push this one up so I can move that one over. No, don't do that. Ugh. Okay. Start putting these in place. Probably many unnecessary moves done here to do this, but we got there eventually. I don't screw this up. And also, in case the game crashes, which it has done, I think 8 or 9 times so far. Don't want to do all that again. And here's where we find out, oh, you should have done it upside down. I'm still not sure what the spooky ghost guy, what he said about small thoughts to do larger ones, what that had anything to do with this, but sure. All that for sure. Okay. All right, camera. You can. Okay. So still haven't been over there yet. Where the there's another gold pot back there. Is this where we this is where we started. Okay, so this is where we warped into, and this is a locked door down there. Okay.
Speak thou of order.
Oh, that wasn't the locked door.
I know not how,
Oh.
yet.
Sorry, door. I'll be back in a minute. Okay.
Order is unity, and therefore perfect harmony.
Sure.
I carry the chalice of order.
All right. Sure.
Speak thou of order.
Order is unity, and therefore perfect harmony.
Okay. All right. Very exciting. Ugh. This area of the game could have been better. Okay, altar room. We don't have all the pieces of the mask.
Seek thou the fifth piece of the Mask of Eternity. Thou shalt not enter the inner sanctum without it.
How?
Seek thou the fifth piece of the Mask of Eternity. Thou shalt not enter the inner sanctum without it.
This will not work. This will not work. This will not work.
Seek thou the fifth piece of the Mask of Eternity. Thou shalt not enter the inner sanctum without it.
Okay, there must be a warp somewhere then. Okay, there's apparently a warp point somewhere that maybe it's where the skeletons were. Okay. Maybe it's that. That's where we got the key. I didn't see any warp points when we were exploring, but maybe it might be down here actually. Alright. So if there isn't a warp point there, then we're gonna have to go down each level and fill in the map until we find it, I guess. Okay, well, all right. This sleeping sound effect. The sleeping sound effect also makes me wonder that we're missing something important. Unless the sleeping sound effect's coming from like the level above us. Okay. Man, I really hope this isn't a soft lock. This would be a pretty dumb soft lock, and hopefully it doesn't have anything to do with that key, that extra key that we got. Maybe the extra key was tricking the game into thinking like, oh yeah, the player has this many inventory items. Let them warp to the final area of the game. It's fine. Surely they have everything they need because they have all that stuff in their inventory. And I'm not ruling out that possibility. It is entirely possible that glitch might have messed things up, but that I'm only going to come to that conclusion if there's no warp in the other parts of this area. Because there's still this door here. Maybe the chalice opens that, because there is that. So that's the next hope, is that the chalice opens up that door.
This will not work. This will not work.
Alas, 'tis locked.
This will not work.
Perhaps there is a switch for this. We got two doors there. That's the healing thing. That's the way up. So this is where we got the suit of armor. Yeah, it's got to be something with that locked door. And maybe you can just walk through the door. It might be an illusionary door. It wouldn't be the first time there's been one of those in the game. Okay, I guess not. Well, shit. Alright, let's get out the old see invisible potion.
This potion will reveal from the objects of deception, illusion, or invisibility.
Yeah. So things that are illusionary, they'll kind of have a semi-transparency effect on them. This is kind of back where we came from. Oh, there's that. Sounds. Well, usually the way to get through doors like that is on the same level that you're... Got him. Got him. Okay, it's the one unlit candle. Got it. It's the unlit candle. And then this should be the warp point. Oh, or it's...
The final mask piece.
Oh, it's the final masterpiece. Okay.
Strange. No opponent.
Die, cur!
Oh. Yes, opponent. They're just over there. Okay. Well, I was hoping that would let us backtrack, and that would be a warp point to go elsewhere, but I guess not. Okay.
You're dead meat!
Okay. Ugh. Well, who doesn't hate Steve Carter? Come on. Yep. Well, no, Roberta wasn't merciful. I had side quests I wanted to do. Like, we got that that spell of might, and we never got to use it. Yeah, the little girl in the land of the dead, she's on her own. Maybe she can learn the spell of might and be able to move that those boxes. Because we're sure as shit not going back there. Okay, I guess this is probably the end game now. We just gotta very slowly run back. Okay. All the items respawn? Sure. Okay. South. But it's fine. She would have died eventually. We saved her the trip. We did her a favor. Yeah, maybe there's a teleporter behind this door. I doubt it, but we'll see. Alright. End game? Let's see.
Lo, Champion Eternal.
Lo.
The door to the inner sanctum of the mask.
Alright, well, I got plenty of healing at least for what's presumably the end of the game.
Finally we meet, mortal. I must commend thee. Thou hast proven more stalwart than I thought. 'Twill be a shame to see one such as thee die.
I have no intention of dying, Lucreto.
That's quite the fire effect. Alright, hold on. Let me slowly put these pieces of mask on there. Man, that's some fire right there. You gotta put these pieces on one at a time while you... Wow.
Thou shalt pay, swine!
Incredible. Yep, don't mind me. Just...
The mask. It will not shield thee, puny cur.
And so you think?
Thou wilt not get away with this!
I wonder if we have to knock him into the portal. Like that dumb skeleton fight. It's that dumb skeleton fight all over again. Okay. We knocked them into a 10 FPS portal. Zounds. All right, I'm not touching anything in case this is an F&B. And this is the standard credits that you can access through the main menu. We missed the Roberta credit, or it didn't show up on screen, but the first credit was for Roberta. And that was the game, apparently. Interesting. Okay, I think what I want to do before we move on from this one, and after the credits here, I want to load up a save from where we started today, and I want to warp to the land of the dead, and I want to see what happens when you save the little girl, because we had that still left to do. So that was in the land of the dead, and I believe that was the only other unresolved thing we didn't do, was just saving her. You missed it, Cyrus. Well, the final boss battle was placing the 5 pieces of the mask on the thing, and then hitting the final boss like 3 times with the sword in between putting a piece on. So that was it. You'd put a piece on the altar, the boss would warp in, you'd hit him a few times, he would disappear, you put another piece on, you'd hit him a few times until a portal opened up, and then you just kept hitting him until he would back into the portal. And then that was it. It was just like that skeleton boss we fought earlier in the game on top of the that building in the land of the dead. The world famous talking bear, sure. We scored almost, that is a shitload of points. 6.3 million out of 66 million? Or 6.6 million? Huh. They really inflated the points value of stuff in these games. There's 6.6 million. Holy crap. Okay. Sure. All right, so it was that one. This one? I think this is where we left off or started today on. Okay. Cuz like King's Quest 1 had 150 points. I think the one with the most points was like 6. I want to say at 260 points. And then this one is just, hey, 6.6 million points. Sure. Okay. So for our official game time counter, we're at 17 hours 20 minutes, and we'll say that's how long it took for the blind playthrough this one. That's pretty long. That is a pretty long playthrough. Certainly longer than most of the rest. Like the average time for most of the other ones was I think the game crashed here, by the way. I probably have to Alt F4, so let's just go ahead and do that. because old DOS game. I probably have to Control-Alt-Delete this. Oh, okay. Never mind. It made it. Please don't crash. I didn't mean it, game. You're very well programmed. There you go. Okay. It's not... Okay, there it is. Okay, so the warp point was down there, so we gotta make it back this way. Okay. I will tell you what I think of the game once I'm done with it. That's what I do after every playthrough is I have a screen that I bring up where I tell you everything that I thought about the game. We'll get to that once we see what happens here. And we type a loose end here. So I'm pretty sure that was the only thing that we really didn't do was save the little girl. And I'm pretty sure I have the spell of might on. Okay. Alright, let's see what all this is about. We're not getting any music, but sure, fine. Okay. It just took longer than I thought it would for the game to crash. Okay. Oh, that's mass.ini. Mass.exe. Mass.exe is opening up an INF file for some reason. What? Mask.exe. Open. Okay. Well, at least the game waited until after we were done to start crashing. Because yeah, I guess that's the first crash of today's playthrough. All right, what was this one? Yep. Okay. Okay. It's 2 o'clock. I'm just thinking if we wrap this up quick enough, and depending on how I'm feeling, we might be doing Sim Theme Park tonight, guys. Because I already have it on my PS1, on my SIO, the flash card. And I'm pretty sure I don't need a manual or anything. We can just do it. Because this actually wrapped up quicker than I thought it would. I thought we had at least 3 or 4 hours left of this one. And assuming saving the little girl in the underworld isn't super time consuming, that means we probably have, let's just say 20 minutes left of this. Put a number on that. So yeah, I was only planning on spending like an hour or two with sure, let's just save there. An hour or two with Sim Theme Park anyways, so shit, let's just do it tonight. Let's just do it tonight.
Good dragon. May I presume transport back across the Great Lake?
Aye, thou mayst.
Aye.
Climb thou on my back, and I shall take thee.
Okay. Alright, let me get the PlayStation plugged in while the dragons me over there. Okay, good. That cutscene's just long enough for me to
I shall
set up my
wait for
PlayStation.
thee if thou shouldst need transport back.
Thank you, dragon.
Silly cheat codes. Nice. I love silly cheat codes, actually. Okay, so it's down here. All right, let's see what the big deal was in the Land of Fire. Yeah, the dragon sounds like it's some really forced act. Why isn't it letting me? Hello? There we go. Okay. Sure. Yeah, for whatever reason, when they did the voice of the dragon, they made him really enunciate everything that they made the dragon say. Sure. All right. So yeah, I've decided. I made the decision. We're gonna do Sim Theme Park tonight. So if you need to, I don't know, make some food or whatever, get a giant bottle of hard liquor, whatever you need to get through an hour and a half of Sim Theme Park. Let's say now's a good time to do it, unless you really care about what happens here. Because yeah, we're gonna do it tonight. So there's also those giant bowl boxes over there. So the little girl is down there. So I wonder if we could just move these that are over here now. Coffee enclosure. All right. Well, you can make coffee while I'm doing the wrap up. But for okay. So yeah, that does. Yeah. So those were exactly what I thought they were. So when we did this area, I had a feeling. So these are the 4 things that control the portals, and then we'd come across these and I couldn't find them, and that's because they were underneath there. So that explains that mystery. Although what the hell those do is another mystery, I suppose. Because I don't know what the hell those do. But that explains that, I guess. Maybe that has something to do with the little girl quest or something. Actually, these are lit up now, and
Whoever.
I don't remember that flame being green. Okay, hold up here. All right, so this one's unlit. And that one's lit. Okay, I seem to recall there was a tablet somewhere that said something about, light up this, and this. I think it mentioned 3 things, and then something happens. But I didn't make a note of it. Okay, well, we did something. We sure did something somewhere, because those are all lit, apparently. Maybe this. Okay. All right, maybe something happens here. So we, if you recall back to the first or second session we had with the game, we had that bug where I climbed up on top of this, and then we got that, it warped us out of bounds or something, and we got the, hail fair damsel, and then we died. Cutscene. Oh boy, have I missed the platforming in this game.
Here, lass, an exit. I don't reckon you should go alone.
No, sir. I know the way. I can run fast. Those monsters won't catch me.
All right, young maid. Run straight away home and wait there. I shall check on you later if I can.
Aye, kind sir. Thank you.
How is she doesn't have a magic map. Like, does she live here? What? Okay, it looks like this might be different. All right, I'm curious if so what the hell did those Huh. Why is this save taking so long now? These saves are like instant in the last area of the game. Okay, is there anything different here?
I'm not near anything to climb.
Yeah, it might have been just points in XP. Okay, so there's still nothing up here. All right, let's see if we can get that bug to happen again. I'm still not sure what the hell the green flames did, but I think I clicked like down here. Not getting the bug. Unless there's some other way to do it, like... Okay. Interesting. So, yeah, I'm not sure what those, lighting those flames, what that even accomplishes. Maybe the, Alright, I'm gonna try talking to this guy again. Maybe there's something new with him now.
Poor foolhardy lad. Ne'er a chance had he.
Okay. Weird. What the hell would that cutscene that we saw? Oh, there's this. Is that the Hail Fair Damsel thing? That's gotta be. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's definitely that's the NPC we saw in that the bug. Hail, fair damsel.
Hail, fair lady.
Oh.
May I slake my thirst at your well?
I pray thee, partake of my rejuvenating water. Beware, though, the corrosive water of the river of death.
What?
Tell me, fair maid, are you well in this wretched place?
Oh, I am not afeard. My magic protects me. My magic can protect thee also.
Me? How?
Bring me some rust and mold, By mixing those with my rejuvenating waters, I can concoct for thee a potent protective spell.
Done.
Wait, did she just not spawn earlier in the game? Was she supposed to be here when we came through here? Because she... Or maybe she spawns in after you move the boxes? Because we've had this rust and mold for forever.
I have found some mold.
So yeah, we have the mold.
Wonderful.
And then, well, the rust we already used for something else. Maybe this key will work.
I do not require that, good knight.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I have rust. Okay, well.
Forgive me, fair lady. I have given you some mold, but may I ask again, the last item need...
If thou dost not wish to heed my words, so be it. Good luck, champion.
Sure.
I do not require that, good knight.
Aha. Okay, well, that settles that then. I'm pretty sure that was the last, like, unresolved thing from the rest of the playthrough, really. We did all that. Did pretty much everything here except for this, which, sure. Did everything there. Everything underground that I can think of. We didn't buy from every store, but I don't see need to. Because money kind of stopped being an issue once we got here. Did everything I think we could there. Finished that area. As far as I know. Like, maybe we missed something over here. But pretty sure we did everything there. Yeah. Oh, geez. Perfect. Well, we were done with the game anyway. All right. Let's stop the timer here on King's Quest: The Mask of Eternity. That is a fitting end for this one. Oh boy. Okay. All right. King's Quest: The Mask of Eternity, huh? All right. So complete the game? Yeah, you sure did. Cheated? I don't think I had to look up anything, really. So we played through on normal. I'm trying to think back if I ever had to ask for a hint or looked up anything. And I don't think I did. Like, the closest I got to it was that that elevator puzzle where we had to get the control wand for the dragon. But I still figured that out on my own. So this is a totally legit playthrough here. Of that one, completely blind. My first time playing through this. Didn't have to cheat. Didn't have to look up anything. So we good. All right, things I liked. Let's see. Good story and writing. Which is something I wouldn't have expected to say about this one. So this is my first time playing this one, first time seeing this one in any real capacity. I bought it when it came out, and this is my first time playing it. So it's been sitting on my shelves for the past 20 plus years, and first time I've even played this one. Let's see. Good looking game for 1998. Let's see. Decent length for an action adventure game. Decent length, not length. Let's see. Good puzzles. Voice acting was above average for the time. Let's see. That's most everything that I can think of off the top of my head. All right, things I didn't like. Some of the writing was corny as hell. Let's see. A few of the puzzles were a little too obtuse. Namely, the getting the control rod. I thought that one was just unnecessarily dumb because there wasn't any other real hint as to, or in-game tell as to there being a hidden second floor there. Let's see. Not many uses for the invisibility spell, and even then they didn't give you that many charges of it anyways. Let's see. Combat was a little too simplistic. Leaned a little bit too heavy on mazes, especially in the Land of the Dead. The platforming was inaccurate as all hell. So that platforming, holy shit. Hey, yep, here just in time. We beat King's Quest. Final boss fight was horrible. By the way, Ed, we're not done tonight. I'm going to be starting and finishing Sim Theme Park, so we're still going to be streaming after this. Let's see. So, okay, I'm not gonna put this into things I did not like here, but I'll just mention this is supposed to be a King's Quest game, and this is very much not a King's Quest game. But I actually didn't mind that, so that's why I'm not gonna put it in writing here, but it is worth mentioning. Okay. All right, dank memes, plate mail, assless chaps. We had that. Throwing rocks at that guard in the ice world. Zounds. All right, people can't understand zounds. Zounds. Oh. Good job, Peepo. What was it? Zounds. Gadzooks. What were the other amazing catchphrases? Zounds, Gadzooks. Oh yeah, the Doom sound effects. What else? Zounds, Gadzooks. Oh yeah. Main character can punch so hard that things explode. Egad. Sure. Man, Peepo just can't handle it sometimes. Looks like. Yeah, that's most I can think of. Okay. Sure. Drum and bass. No. Ailmaus also no. All right, difficult, easy to hard. The combat in this was pretty simple. You could either just cheese things with the ranged weapons, like in a few of the fights that were probably supposed to be difficult. You could just position yourself right next to like a wall or an edge or something, and then aim slightly after the side of it and still be able to hit something behind it. So I know we did that for the fight with the fire dwarves in the fire area. We did that for the fight with the witch, which that probably should have been a boss fight, but I just shot her around the corner and she didn't even hit me with her attacks. So that certainly trivialized a lot of the combat. And I played on normal difficulty, and I still ended the game with like 120 healing mushrooms, like 80 of the crystals, 20 of the level 3, and then 6 or 7 of the full heal potions. So clearly the combat is not difficult in this one. Let's see. Let's see. As far as puzzles go, like you need more than 2 brain cells to figure out some of the puzzles in this game, but they're still not like oh man, I gotta look up a walkthrough. I gotta call Ken Williams and get a hint book for this one. Like it wasn't really that bad. A lot of the difficulty in this game was one was the jumping puzzles. Like the kind of clunky controls got in the way of some platforming, and it was a little too unforgiving. Which sure, for 1998, this is still pretty early for 3D platforming. Like Super Mario 64 kind of paved the way in 96 for how to 3D platform, and they were still kind of figuring out how to do it properly in 98. So you can kind of give that a pass for having pretty imprecise platforming. But it certainly didn't help that anytime you jumped anywhere, you either landed perfectly, or you died in a fire, or you fell more than half your body height and died. Those are the 3 possibilities if you ever jumped in this game. And yeah, you also need to probably play this with some way to take notes. Like you don't really need to make a map in this game, because thankfully they give you a magic map like pretty much at the start of the game, so you don't have to at least write down a map like you had to do in previous games. Yeah, that probably covers most of the difficulty in this. So it's pretty forgiving in a lot of ways that the previous King's Quest games weren't, in terms of puzzle solving and exploration. And the added layer of combat really didn't make things more difficult either. So as long as you had at least a little bit of perception and took notes sometimes, you can pretty easily get through this game. Like another complication, which kind of is in the game's fault, is that it does crash from time to time. There certainly are technical issues that also make this game more difficult than it needs to. But on the other hand, you can quick save and save pretty much anywhere in the game, and they give you a ton of save slots, so that also kind of negates all of that. As long as you keep in the back of your mind, like, hey, this game can crash at any time, then that's less of an issue. So I'm gonna say that this was below average difficulty. Not like completely brain dead easy, but certainly easier than let's say easier than a hardcore adventure game would be. And it would also is easier than a straight up action adventure game, like let's say a Tomb Raider in combat difficulty and exploration difficulty. So because this game is one of those fusions of those genres, all the pieces that make up it are of below average difficulty, and combined it makes something that is below average in difficulty, and that you can get through it relatively easily. All right, and then what I thought of this game from 1 to 5. So, as a King's Quest game, this is not a great King's Quest game because it is just so different from all the other games in the series. There's very few things that are in common between this game and the previous games in the series. The 7 before this. It has King Graham, and then that's about it, and Castle Daventry. Everything else is just completely unrelated to the King's Quest lore. But if you just go like this when you're playing this, and you're instead playing a game called Mask of Eternity, this game is pretty good. So as a action adventure game, I quite enjoyed this one. The platforming I thought was, sure, it was rough in spots, but for a late 90s game, the platforming and exploration is fine. The combat was also fine. The puzzles and writing I thought was pretty good. Certainly better than King's Quest VII, let's say. Let's see. And yeah, considering like the scope of the game and everything that this is kind of Roberta Williams' swan song at the time. I'm pretty sure that she just kind of straight up retired from game development after this one. And it was probably this team's first real attempt at a game like this. Like typically for Sierra, this type of game would have been more like Quest for Glory. Like if this game was called Quest for Glory Mask of Eternity and just they swapped out King Graham for some Quest for Glory stuff, it would have been also just as great. And if they just straight up removed King Graham and Daventry from it and just released it as its own thing, it would still stand up as a pretty damn good action adventure game as is. I enjoyed most of my playthrough of this. Like it certainly was frustrating trying to find that thing at the start of the ice world. But for the most part, the rest of the game is pretty straightforward. And yeah, assuming you want to jump through the hoops of trying to get this game running on modern systems, which isn't that easy, but it can be done. I'd say this one's actually worth the play, as long as you're going into it expecting an action adventure and not a straight up adventure game. Then you'll probably be disappointed with the result. But as long as you know that, hey, this is an action adventure game, then you'll probably have a good time with it. And so I'm pretty sure I gave King's Quest VI a 5 out of 5 for great. This one I don't think is better than 6. Just even though they're different genres, given the choice, I'd probably still play 6. But this to me is probably the second best King's Quest game in the Sierra King's Quest series. And man, I'm really torn here. But yeah, so this is a low 5, but this is a 5 to me. Coming into this, I was totally expecting this game to be just trashy garbage down there from everything that I've heard about it, and like all the hype and like, oh man, this game sucks, don't even bother with it. Like, this game's really good. Holy shit. Would have never known. Like, I've had this sitting on my shelf for 20 years and just never bothered with it because I could never get it to run on any of my systems I ever had throughout the years. And as it turns out, King's Quest Mask of Eternity, great game. I'd have never guessed. Would have never guessed. All right. Boom. Done. Great game. Okay. All right. I'm going to step away for a couple minutes and we'll start and finish Sim Theme Park on PlayStation. Stay tuned. Let me go ahead and do that. Emeka. Yep, the correct score. Yeah, I really like this game. I really enjoyed this one. I have a feeling you likely will too. So get yourself a copy of this one. Get DG Voodoo 2 and the patch for the game, and be prepared to save often because it crashed on me about 10 times while I was placing it. But yeah, hell of a game. And also it took me that long. So it's definitely not a one-sitting game. Okay. So we are going to do PSXplosion here, since we ended that one so early. So this is Sim Theme Park. Okay. Sim Theme Park. Announce game change. All right. So I do have this one on my PSIO, so we're good to go on that. I likely do not need notes for this game. Oh, I gotta switch my inputs here. Okay. All right. Sim Theme Park. PSXplosion number 194, part 1. This will only be a one-parter. Developed by Bullfrog. This is the so they're not really the sim company. Like Bullfrog is the they made like Theme Hospital. This is the Peter Molyneux company. Let's see. They did Syndicate. What's their other notable games by Bullfrog? They made a ton of them, and it's mostly escaping me because I haven't had to think about Bullfrog for a while. All right, later, Hidden. Have a good night. Published by EA. Sure. You design it, you build it, you write it. All right. Cool. We got some roller coasting. Design, build, ride. 4 entirely different themes to build from. Explore fantastic rides from the visitor's perspective. Design your one-of-a-kind thrill rides. A helpful advisor gives instant feedback. Feel the excitement. Step up and play your own attractions. Pick your theme. You're the boss. Build your park. Ride your rides. Sure. 1 player. 5 memory blocks. Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna have to find a memory card that has 5 blocks on it, I guess. So it's got the controls here for you. So default is build, hire, laptop, path. I believe it says that on screen, so we'll probably be okay for that. First person mode once you earn the camcorder. Okay. Ride, sure. Roller coaster building is just those buttons. Sure. That's pretty nice that they just give you the how to play right in the manual. And then here's the disc for it. It's a just a picture of a loop. Sure. And then here's the advertisement for it. You build it, you write it. Sure. So they're really leaning hard into the roller coaster building aspect of this one. Which I think in the first game wasn't really as much of a thing. It was more of like, hey, this is Sim City, except it's for a theme park. And I don't think they even let you ride the rides, I want to say. Okay, so this is the European advertisement for it, because PAL. The PAL games, their cases have these thicker edges to them. Creating the perfect theme park on your PlayStation couldn't be easier. www.themeparkworld.com. I'm guessing that site does not exist anymore, but sure. Okay, and that is all that. So let's get into it, shall we? Okay. All right, I got to change over my feed here. We are on this one, not that one. And then we are using digital audio here, so we'll turn on this one. Okay. All right, Sim Theme Park. Let's do it. Okay. All right, I'm going to have to find a memory card that has 5 slots on it. Hey, Inver. I have a Ziploc bag full of memory cards somewhere. I don't know where I put it, though. Actually, there might be 5 slots on this card. I remember playing the PS2 version of this, maybe? Okay. Sure. I also just realized I need to bring up this again. This is a problem with doing impromptu games on here. This is super loud, by the way. Let's turn down the gain on that a little bit, shall we? Actually, it's all the way down. This game is super loud. Go. Okay. Well, this is a different video apparently. So this is a direct digital capture. So this is how loud it is coming out of the PlayStation. So for whatever reason, the FMVs are super quiet. Sure. Well, at least we saw the unique. All right. That's more like it. And sure, we'll keep those on. Okay. Main game or practice park? Let's just do it. Sure. All right. This is some gold tickets to open. 1 ticket to proceed. Okay. Interesting. So there is some sort of like, huh? Okay. Well, let's see if we can even do anything with the memory card that we have in there right now. Let's put in this other one. So if I do need to format a card, I can format this other card. I have a bag somewhere of memory cards, but I'm not sure where it went. Okay. Not enough free blocks there. Do we have enough on the other one? I'm guessing not, because... yeah. Ah, shit. Okay. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be saving anyways. Oh, for fuck's sake. All of my memory cards are in this bag, and... here it is. Here it is. Found it. We got our Ziploc bag full of PS1 memory cards. Because this is how we do on the Purry stream. We need our Ziploc baggie, which I can't open right now. All right. One of these surely has no data on it. So this is my Alundra memory card, apparently. One of these has the has Shenmue 3 on it. So let's try this one. This one with the enormous Made in China sticker on it. Which I'm sure will be fine putting our precious save data on it. All right, there we go. Perfect. Okay. We good. Crisis averted. Okay. All right, theme park world. Sure. All right. January 1st.
Welcome to Sim Theme Park. This is prehistoric world in the Lost Kingdom, where reptilian giants roam a misty land of timeless fun. When I give you information, most of the time it will be repeated with a message. In the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see how many messages you have. Pressing L2 will allow you to access your messages. Okay, there are lots of ways to earn gold tickets, some of which are hidden, but in every park there are 3 goals to shoot for. You want to get a certain number of visitors into your park, you want to stay in business for a set number of years, and you need to reach a particular profit level within a 12-month period. Check the message stack to see just how the figures add up for this park.
Okay. The message.
This is your laptop's main menu, where you can get all kinds of information about your park.
Okay. All right.
Drum roll, please. This is the award screen. There are 5 different awards, and here you'll see which ones you've won with your parks.
All right. Sure.
The different staff types are guards, who patrol the park and deal with hooligans and mischief makers. Mechanics, who fix your rides and install upgrades. Janitors, who keep everything tidy. Researchers, who research new attractions. And entertainers, who keep your visitors amused.
99 laptops are pretty good. Like ThinkPads and Toshibas mainly. And also, I think there were some Macs at the time.
This is where you apply for new loans. To see the details of a loan after you've applied, go to the existing loan screen.
All right. This is the option screen. You never want to come here. Oh, God.
Can I have your attention, please? The park is open for business.
Oh, God. All right. Sure. Okay, this is way more exciting. It costs way more money, though. All right. Rocky Racers. Let's do it. Here's our cool-ass park.
Now link the entrance line to a path so visitors can use the ride.
Sure.
Your rides aren't so hot. Maybe you should build some new ones.
My rides are the hottest.
When this is highlighted, you can press the info button to get more information and maybe change the way it works. If you press the OK button, you'll get a list of options.
Okay. All right.
Now, link the exit to a path so visitors can get off the ride. Visitors aren't impressed with the selection of rides here.
Well,
you should consider building more.
Well, no shit, assistant guy. All right, kid, you're on this ride for forever because there's no exit. Hope you like it. Yep. We have to just... Okay. Sure.
I don't mean to be critical, but you don't have a very good selection of rides. Have you thought about building more?
Oh my god. Alright. Crazy Ape. Let's do it.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Are they? Alright. Sure. Hey, look. I opened the park because it was on that option menu, and I thought it was just another thing. Alright. See, they sound like they're having a great time. Alright. Perfect.
I think a little market research is in order. You've already built all of the available shops. Maybe you should research some others. You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
So we gotta research.
On this screen, you can see all of the rides in your park. If you choose a ride, you'll go to the information screens, where you can get detailed information. And if you feel like it, change its statistics.
Remaining like, oh geez, Crazy Ape is almost... Alright, speed. Perfect. Alright, less excitement. Alright, perfect. Okay. Alright, how bad can a drink be? Alright, that seems good. Okay. Like fries you can definitely screw up. So we'll keep that there. And some salty ass fries. There we go. Sure, 6 to 7 sounds good. It can't be any worse than so I went to an NBA basketball game last night at the Golden State Warriors new arena. A hot dog was $9.50 for a hot dog. And a drink was $9. So, goddamn. Which is like, that's like 3 meals worth of money for a bad hot dog and a drink at the stadium. Okay, I don't see anything here for researching, so maybe it's... Oh. Alright, who is cheap? Everybody but Thor and Nikki. Alright, motivation. Alright, cheap and motivated. We'll take you. Sure. Mechanic. Alright, who's cheap? Alright, Caroline. Cheap and motivated. Janitors. Cheap and motivated. Please, I thought that they the people working the door were pretty thorough for checking for people bringing in contraband, so I couldn't really do that. Okay, so we're currently not hemorrhaging money. which is good so far, I guess.
You've already built all of the shops that are currently available. Do you want to research some more?
Yeah.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Okay. 100 visitors visit your park. Okay. There's the rotating camera buttons. All right, start and select. Just do that. There's nothing here about... Oh, there's research. Okay.
Here you can decide what items you want to research. You can change which item you're researching at any time. And by altering the overall research bar, you can decide how hard your researchers work. If you decide to change the item you're researching before it's finished, don't worry. When you return to it, you won't have lost any research you've already done.
Okay. I didn't notice any dogs. All right, well, Jack Attack sounds like the best one. So we'll do that. We need to get the camcorder if we can. I don't see the camcorder though. So we have fries and drinks. So naturally, burgers. And trees would be nice. Why wouldn't you set this to 100? Unless like, so you can't move those sliders. I'm not sure what the... Let's say 90. Sure. And Crazy Ape needs some work. And Idle Smash, sure. Okay. Why is this visitor unhappy? Okay. Taking 60. Okay, so nobody's buying fries yet. So we probably got to do something about our fry situation. So they either like it or really don't. And most of them are... Oh, wait, no. Most of them are ambivalent. And their dominant thought is burgers, which, sure, I don't blame them. Ticket price... Probably lower this to, let's say, 30. Just to get more people in the door.
I think a little market research is in order. You've already built all of the available shops. Maybe you should research some others.
That's what I'm doing, game. Okay.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Okay. So that's progress.
The visitors think your ticket price is a steal. Have you thought about raising it?
Oh, okay. I guess. Sure. We have 2 rides, but that's a steal. Sure. So that's currently all we got. Oh, we have an art. Okay, Dino Racing. All right. Clearly, we're gonna need trash cans and bathrooms. And you got to put the bathrooms right next to the food.
You've already built all of the shops that are currently available. Do you want to research some more? Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
So I'm trying to remember when we did last theme park game, and I don't remember all these tutorials being a thing in that one. So they certainly improved that. Yeah, some security guard, I guess, is trying to tell us how to run a business, I guess.
I think a little market research is in order. You've already built all of the available shops. Maybe you should research some others.
Yeah, this is probably one of those games where you can probably figure out how to theme park after some messing around with it.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Like, I could see the menus being a problem if the menus weren't well translated, because there certainly are a lot of menus in this game. But for the gameplay loop, it seems pretty straightforward. Okay, what if we set that back to full? Or we just hire another researcher. How about we just do that? All right, who's cheap and motivated? Okay. All right. Yeah, I like how this looks, and it also runs better, I think, than the first game. Like, this is my FPS thing says it's okay. Yeah, 25 is probably more like it. Well, I actually kind of like that it is popping up tutorial stuff a lot, because otherwise.
You've already built all of the shops that are currently
Otherwise,
available.
I wouldn't know.
Do you want to research some more?
Either that or I'm missing something. Okay, what if we...
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Okay, anything else we can... Sure, staff room. Okay. And I remember from the first game, we ran out of money, like, pretty much immediately. And so far, that's not an issue here. Alright. So just like real theme parks, put the arcade right next to the bathrooms.
Your researchers aren't satisfied, and they say they'll go on strike if things don't get better.
What can I improve with my... What?
Way to go! Since you've got a handle on the fundamentals and have this park up and running, I'd like to give you a gold ticket as a reward.
Enter the park as a visitor? Okay. Oh, that unlocks the camcorder. Okay.
Visitors find your ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
Oh, I guess so. Thanks, visitors. I will. Park finance. Well, we have an average park now. Okay, that seems fine. All right, what's up with my research? Researching a large tree? Just don't. Let's not. All right, let's put everything into more shops because the game seems to really want me to work on shops, I guess. Yeah, my wallet was way too heavy when I went to your park. Please fix that for me.
I think a little market research is in order. You've already built all of the available shops. Maybe you should research some others.
Okay, game. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, because we really
You're
can't...
doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
All right, how about we can build the duck races over here. Sure. Oh, somebody's sick over here. Is that because we put the duck races right next to the food?
The visitors think your ticket price is a steal. Have you thought about raising it?
No, I don't think... Well, we can just straight up turn off the tutorial guy, but I don't really want to do that because I might need him later.
You've already built all of the shops that are currently available. Do you want to research some more?
And he's just kind of there all the time. Okay, well, at least they're making progress on that research.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
So it says they're having a great time, but I see a lot of unhappy visitors. All right, they're having fun walking down this pathway with nobody on it.
I think a little market research is in order. You've already built all of the available shops.
It's almost
Maybe
done,
you should
game.
research some others.
Game.
Your researchers have unlocked the mysteries of a new shop. We're saved.
Wow, great.
The buzz around your park's opening has started to subside. Putting in a new ride always draws extra people to the park, at least for a while.
All right, but first, the burger shop.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves.
Front
Keep
and
it up.
center, burger shop. It just happens to look like a turtle.
The researchers are happy with your improvements and have decided not to strike after all.
Okay, maybe they were mad because I was spreading them too thin there, I suppose. All right.
You've already built all of the available rides. Been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you should research some more.
That's what I'm doing, game. All right, 100% fat burger. $15% is usually pretty good, but low
Visitors
quality.
find your ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
It's still cheap? Okay. Sure. Dominant thoughts, happiness, burgers, and drinks. Sure. Okay. Well, this looks pretty good so far. So now we just wait for the researchers to do their thing.
You've already built all of the shops that are currently available. Want to research some more?
Tutorial guy, please. Please. Wait, is this broken down?
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Oh, there's nobody. Okay, it's still filling up. There we go. That looks very safe. Okay.
Psst. The visitors think your ticket price is a steal. Have you thought about raising it?
Okay. $80. We Disneyland now. All right.
I think a little market research is in order. You've already built all of the available shops. Maybe you should research some others.
I'm researching the rides game. You told me to research rides. Guess we can do both.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
All right. All right. Just shut up, game. Jesus. Let me run my...
People are impressed with your drinks. They think they're a great deal. Congratulations. Some visitors who bought drinks went away dissatisfied with the quality. You ought to make improvements before more people get angry.
I can't shut him up. Fuck. We can't escape him. We can't escape him.
Some of the people who have eaten in your park feel like they've gotten a bad deal. You need to improve the situation before more visitors get angry.
Okay. All right. They're probably mad about the burgers.
You've already built all of the shops that are currently available. Do you want to research some more? Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Make it stop. I want off this ride. Just finish the research. For fuck's sake. So I need to... Alright. Let's just to make assistant man shut up. We're gonna... Alright. Paul, you're hired. Thor, you're hired. Nikki, you're hired.
You already have 5 researchers, and that's the most you can have in one park. If you want to improve the research department, you'll have to do some training.
Oh my god.
We've got trouble, boss. A ride is about to break down.
Uh-oh. Well, if only I had a mechanic.
A new shop has been researched. Whoever said that there's nothing new under the sun hasn't met your researchers.
Oh, good lord. Okay. Alright, costume shop, sure.
You have more researchers than you need for a park this size.
Oh my god. It's one thing...
I think a little market research is in order. You've already built all of the available shops. Maybe you should research some others.
Apparently I hit the death. That was me dying inside. Is that death there? Oh my god.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up. Eureka! We've discovered a new ride.
Alright. Discover this ride. Alright. What?
Your rides aren't so hot.
What?
Maybe you should build some new ones.
Oh, okay. There we go. Alright, we can make a roller coaster.
Your researchers have unlocked the mysteries of a new shop. We're saved. Visitors find your ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
It's still cheap, apparently? Well, why give me the option of building there if it's... Like, show me the squares that I can build on, game.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
I don't think I can cross this one over on itself either. Maybe I can? Alright. Alright, this ride looks like a bad time.
Your researchers have come up with a new ride.
Alright. Can't wait to not be able to build anything anymore because we made this crappy ride. Okay. Alright. Cool.
Psst. The visitors think your ticket price is a steal. Have you thought about raising it?
Alright. $100. Sure. We gotta pay for more researchers, I guess. Alright. Dino card sounds pretty good. Sure. Gift shop, of course. Alright. Do those. Oh man, the frame rate's getting real.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves.
This is
Keep it
not
up.
60 FPS. whatever is causing this to think it's 60 FPS, it is absolutely not.
Visitors aren't impressed with the selection of rides here.
I think we might be
You
on the
should
wrong.
consider building more.
Let's try this one. Maybe it'll be more accurate with this.
We've achieved the limits of human knowledge. All of the available sideshows have been built. Maybe you should have your researchers investigate more.
That's even worse. Okay, I guess it's this one. High resolution one. Okay. The limits of human knowledge, huh? $120 at Universal in Hollywood. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. I don't think you want to know how much the Warriors tickets were for the game I went to yesterday. It was a lot. It was a lot of money for 3 hours of sitting in an arena. Okay. All right, let's just let them do their thing. Yep, our researchers could
Your
be
visitors
solving.
are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Could be solving society's problems, but instead they're designing theme park rides. Sure. All right. We need ourselves a cheap guard. All right, Sarah Burfoot. Sarah Burfoot is now the law. Yep, them new arena prices. It's a really nice arena for what it's worth, but it was... Oh, man. Oh, man. More than hot dogs? Yep. Okay. Let's put the sun god... Man, the game is running a lot slower now.
I don't mean to be critical, but you don't have a very good selection of rides in the park. Have you thought about building more?
Okay.
A new shop has been researched. Whoever said that there's nothing new under the sun hasn't met your researchers.
Okay. All right. Idle smash, sure. Research this tree. Can't, and it's almost done already? Sure. Yeah, that's true. It did take a while to research that. And also they have to research a tree. So they can't be that smart.
You're doing a great job.
Did this ride ever get
People in the park are
reopened?
really enjoying themselves.
Okay.
Keep it up.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything?
Visitors find your ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
All right. How about we build a gift shop instead and fleece them that way? Right at the entrance. Okay. Sure.
A new feature has been researched. Why, even the features have new features.
All right. Large trees. Cool. Hey, here's a tree. Ticket price 100. Most people are still the dominant thought is sick, apparently. Well, let's go up to 130 then. All right, balance sheet, cash in 7 grand. Purchases, cash out 28 grand. Well, we're in the red a little bit here, but forecasts are going up, baby. Look at that. Just don't mind that we have to pay wages and maintenance, and don't worry about that. It'll be fine. Our theme park is going to grow And the best theme park ever. Totally not gonna run this into the ground. Let's see.
People think your sideshows are a really good deal. Keep up the good work.
Okay. I'm doing great. Never mind this. Look at that. Park value going up. Perfect. Bathroom information. I have 2 bathrooms, apparently. Alright. That all looks good. So, nobody's... okay, nobody's satisfied with the arcade or the racing. Sure. Alright, they like burgers. So the drinks are underperforming, and the gift shop and costume shop, just nobody cares, apparently. At least not yet. Nobody's ridden the sun god. Or Chack Attack. Well, okay. Maybe we should research upgrades.
Your visitors are having a great time.
Right.
Keep up the good work.
So let's see. They don't like the fries or the drinks. Okay, so let's make those actually good. Sure. Okay. Okay. Anything we can do with the bathrooms? Oh, chance of winning. Okay.
People think your food is a great value. Way to go.
All right. 10%. Cheapo prizes. So this is, we're getting down to spider on a ring territory. Okay. That seems good. Okay. All right. One day we'll have enough people on this thing that'll actually operate. One day. I think those...
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride.
Oh, okay. I thought that was one of the other rides having a bad time. Okay. Bounce. Everybody loves bounce houses. Okay. Yeah, the arcade. Oh.
Some of the visitors who tried your sideshows aren't happy. You should try to find out what went wrong.
I have a feeling it's the arcade.
Your rides aren't so hot. Maybe you should build some new ones.
All right, 50% chance to win.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Okay. Oh, okay, so this is all the tutorial prompts. God, okay. Sure. You didn't? Let's double check. I have a feeling because nobody's tried it since. All right. Are they happy or unhappy with the arcade?
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
Okay.
Researchers have discovered a new sideshow. What? Okay, it's not a cure for measles, but it is something. You've already got the maximum number of researchers for a park, so you'll have to train them if you want to see improvements. Remember, work smarter, not harder. Or less, or something.
All right. How about that?
Visitors aren't impressed with the selection of rides here. You should consider building more.
Okay.
Your visitors are
Dino
having
carts.
a great time. Keep up the
$6
good
grand.
work.
Okay, we've at least made a little bit of money since I last looked at the number, but it's gonna go down again. Okay.
Researchers have discovered some upgrades. Have you thought about using them? Congratulations! Because you attracted enough visitors to reach your goal, you get a gold ticket.
Okay. We did something, apparently. Oh. Sure. Okay. And then...
Your researchers have come up with a new ride. You're doing a great job.
Eh?
People in the park are really enjoying themselves.
Uh-oh.
Keep it up.
We might be boxed in here. Shit.
You've got ride upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out. Maybe you should use them.
Okay, I'm trying to... Oh, God.
Psst. The visitors think your ticket price is a steal.
Oh, game,
Have you
please.
thought about raising it?
All right.
Your visitors are
geez.
impressed with the value at your shops. Good job. I don't mean to be critical, but you don't have a very good selection of rides in the park. Have you thought about building more?
Game, please. I'm trying, game. I'm trying.
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too. You've researched some ride upgrades that you haven't used.
Oh my God,
You should give it
game.
a try.
Please.
People love a change of pace.
All right. Upgrade 1. $300. Sure.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Available. I only got one upgrade, apparently. Sure. Man. Okay. So what? All right. Sure. Sure. All right. Crazy Ape. Sure. Yeah. And the fountain. Okay. All right. And then ticket prices too low? Too low again? 150? Sure. We got things to pay for, I guess. Okay.
Your rides aren't so hot. Maybe you should build some new ones.
Whoa. Did I? Okay. Sure. Put that there, and then. Okay.
researchers have discovered some upgrades. Have you thought about using them?
All right. You got to go in between the bathroom and the arcade to get to that
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves.
Oh, boy. Okay. This dumb water slide is really messing with what I can do here.
A new feature has been researched. You know, a feature, as in, I'll just run to the feature and powder my nose, or let's sit down on this feature and take a load off.
Like this water fountain that's just going to take up a bunch of space. Oh no! Why did it let me do that? Shit.
You've got ride upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out. Maybe you should use them.
Wait, I thought... What upgrades do I have? God. Be nice if it told me what... Okay. Check. Sure? 420? Alright, we might as well try. Do that in a second here. Has anybody used this ride at all yet? Because I haven't seen anybody on it. Alright, speed.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Oh, 24 people have used it apparently. And then this thing, oh, we got 2 sets of people on it now. One day, enough people will use it. 28 users apparently. All right, crank that up. Sure. Capacity 2. Let's fix that. This one's the big earner, apparently. Alright, so that hardly moves the needle on excitement until you really go nuts on it. Okay. Sure? Alright, so they like the duck racing over here. So you can just literally gamble on the duck racing here. Alright, chance of winning. Well, they liked it, so I don't see any real reason to change things here. 79 with 20 winners. Profit of 190. That seems fine to me. So sure. Man, this is not 60 FPS. I don't know where my thing is getting that from, but this is
Eureka!
Absolutely not.
Discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
All right. Crazy Ape, sure. A big palm. Oh man. All right. Research that big tree. I should probably get rid of a researcher at some point. Okay.
You've researched some ride upgrades that you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try.
Well,
people love a change of pace.
If I knew which ones had upgrades, I would. Okay, there we go. Man, it should like pop up and say which one it is.
Look out, she's gonna blow. You've got a ride that's about to break down.
Okay. All right, and then... All right.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
All All right, we have a great product here. $249.99. So I'm guessing that this right here is the amount of people in the park. Probably. All right, so our money's kind of stabilized, and it's going up. Hopefully this ride is. Come on, mechanic, get your ass over there. Maybe if I move the camera over here, it'll move over there quicker. Yeah, that frame rate.
Researchers have discovered some upgrades. Have you thought about using them?
I think the 6K was from that upgrade.
A new feature has been researched. Why, even the features have new features. Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
Sure.
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride.
Okay. I don't think researching costs anything.
Your visitors are having a great time.
All right,
keep up the good work.
Water jump. This might be a thing for
Visitors aren't impressed with the selection of rides here. You should consider building more.
Okay. But that costs some money, game. Sure. Costs $7.50. That's reasonable.
People think your entry tickets cost too much. Have you thought about making them cheaper? Hey! Did you see what that guy just did? Some of the visitors are misbehaving, and security hasn't noticed. You should make sure that guards are patrolling the whole park, or maybe build some security cameras.
Okay. All right, first things first.
Nicely done. You've stayed in business long enough to reach your goal. You win a gold ticket.
Okay. And then it was...
You've got ride upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out.
Security?
Maybe you should use them.
Well, if only I knew which one could be upgraded.
There are areas in your park without a mechanic patrolling them.
Dino carts? No. Oh, upgrade 2. Okay. $200 for that upgrade. Yeah, somewhere in this 10 FPS park, somebody did something. And it sounds like we need a mechanic. Okay, you're hired. And then we also need security. Cheap and unmotivated. I'll take it. So there's one over there. I guess we need another one over here.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Do we have enough golden tickets for a camcorder yet? We have 3.
Some of the people who have eaten in your park feel like they've gotten a bad deal. You need to improve the situation before more visitors get angry.
Love how the frame rate is. The frame rate's really good over here, and then
people are impressed with
not so great.
They think they're a great deal. Congratulations.
Okay.
You've researched some ride upgrades that you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try. People love a change of pace.
Oh man, okay, which ride has the upgrade? If only I knew.
Visitors are grumbling about your high ticket price. You might consider lowering the cost.
Okay, I will game once I...
Some visitors who bought drinks went away dissatisfied with the quality.
All right, drinks,
You
ticket
ought to make
prices.
improvements
Okay.
before more
All right, ticket
people get
prices.
angry.
Sure. Drinks. Drinks are bad. What's the problem here? Sure.
Your
Yeah,
researchers have come up with a new ride.
Let's see if I can... Let me change to a different algorithm here for my frame rate monitor.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
All right, let's try this one. Analog and that. All right, what does this one report? That one's not even working at all. Okay.
I don't mean to be critical, but you don't have a very good selection of rides in the park. Have you thought about building more?
Well, we are making money at least. So we're at 24 grand now. Analog. Okay, let's try the N64 algorithm. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so if it goes up. Yeah, there we go. Oh baby. Okay, if we open the laptop. Yeah.
A great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Okay, so my special N64 calculating algorithm. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. 8 FPS.
Your mechanics would be more efficient if you set their patrol areas.
Okay. More efficient? Patrol areas? What?
We've got a situation here. The mechanics aren't happy, and they're threatening to strike if things don't get better.
Well... Alright, patrol over here.
It's really hopping out there, and you're a little short on entertainers. Actually, you don't have any entertainers. Maybe you should hire some.
Oh god. Okay.
Your rides aren't so hot. Maybe you should build some new ones.
But my mechanics are... Oh god. Okay. Sure. Very motivated mechanic. Sure.
Your guards aren't doing a very good job. I'll bet they would do a better job if you gave them some training.
How am I supposed to do that game?
Your entertainers are dying out there. They're stinking up the place. Have you thought about giving them some training?
What?
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Train. Where's train? Staff info. Entertainers. Phil. Train. Okay. Oh god. Okay, sure. Guards. Skill level. All right. More motivated. Let's train you. 500. Oh Jesus. Okay. No, I have precisely one entertainer. Okay. Bathrooms, sure. Okay, what now, game? Apparently they're fine with the ticket prices. Did I get another golden ticket and I didn't notice? Nope, not yet. We still can't ride our rides yet. And I'm not sure what our goal is that, there's supposed to be goal info somewhere, but that is. I'm not sure. Finance. Park rating good. Sure. People spend 49 days in our park. That's, sure. Alright. Oh, we haven't researched anything in a while. And we're paying these researchers. Might as well make them do something. Sure. Dino carts. Okay. I'm pretty sure we'll hit 1 FPS once we're able to ride the carts. Or ride the rides. Okay. I still haven't seen anybody on this water ride. Oh, there we go. Okay, there's a crocodile. So I've seen one person on this water ride that I painstakingly built.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I have a ride upgrade that I haven't done anything with yet. But nice if there's like an indicator for hey, upgrade available. I just kind of have to guess. Okay. Is there a Okay, there's a save. All right. We might as well save at least once just to get the save icon, even if we're not going to Sure. Apparently it made a save earlier. Sure. All right. 30 FPS to 20 FPS loading screen. And there's 2 loading screens? Sure.
This park's goals, for performance have been set. Check your messages to see the actual figures.
Okay. Check our messages?
People are thirsty, and they can't find anything to drink. Think about building some more drink shops.
Okay.
People are getting hungry, and there aren't enough food shops. Do you think you should build some more? Nice work. The mechanics are happy with the improvements, and they're not going to strike. Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Perfect.
I'm not sure you're getting the most out of your staff. They need training to realize their full potential.
Can I train my researchers?
Your mechanics might get more work done if you set their patrol areas.
My park is
There are areas in your park without a mechanic patrolling them.
You can train research? Oh god, 1500. No way.
There aren't any janitors patrolling some areas of your park.
Okay. Lower motivated. All right.
Your guards aren't doing a very good job.
All right, Paul, get out of
I'll
here.
bet they would do a better job if you gave them some training.
I thought I did.
There are parts of the park that don't have a guard patrolling them, or even a security key.
Level 3. Okay.
You've already got the maximum number of researchers for a park, so you'll have to train them if you want to see improvements. Remember, work smarter, not harder. Or less, or something.
I haven't seen anybody come over here yet.
You've already built all of the available rides. Been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you should research some more.
Working on a game.
A new feature has been researched. You know, a feature, as in, I'll just run to the feature and powder my nose, or let's
A super
sit down on
bathroom.
this
Oh,
feature
man.
and take a load off.
All right.
The bathrooms are getting dirty. You should check that a janitor is patrolling and have him pop in. Your guards are not as efficient as they could be. You should think about installing some security cameras.
What? Maybe. Oh man.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Wait, that's the other janitor.
Congratulations. You've found a hidden award. In honor of building a large park full of beautiful features, I present you with the Aesthetic Award and a gold ticket to go with it.
All right. We finally got the gold ticket. We can ride our rides here. Okay. Enter the park as a visitor and enjoy your creation.
You're not making enough income to cover your payroll. You need to get rid of some of your staff.
All right. Well, we got our camcorder, so we can... All right. Oh, man. Six FPS. Nice. Oh, baby.
Visitors
Oh,
find your
baby.
ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
All right, look at our... Okay. Can we ride this? All right, let's ride whatever this thing is. Okay, this ride kind of sucks. Oh.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
All right. Woohoo!
A new feature has been researched.
Okay.
Why, even the features have new features.
Oh, geez. All right. Okay, that was very exciting.
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too. You're spending more on wages for your staff than...
All right, hold on. I gotta fire my staff. Well, we're making 32 grand. We're doing okay. All right. Okay. All right.
The visitors think your ticket price is a
Okay, fine. Change the ticket price.
People are impressed with your drinks. They think they're a great deal. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations on our drink prices. All right. Wait, that's the
You've
entrance.
researched some ride upgrades
Oh, God.
you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try. People love a change of pace.
All right, we'll ride this thing. Wait, that's the... Oh, we can play? All right, we can play the duck race. Play the... Yes. All right. Select the dino you wish to bet on. Increase bet. Okay? All right. Let's do it. Race odds 3 to 1. All right, always bet on 3. Oh, all right. Come on, 3, you got this. Oh, come on, 3. All right, 3, not last. That's all I have. Okay. That was like 4. All right, well that was very exciting. All right, children, go and gamble on our dinosaur races.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Okay. This is the whatever this is the slingshot, I want to say. Mine sling.
You know, you can actually play this sideshow just by hitting the play button. Just between you and me, this isn't the only thing in the park you can play. Keep your eyes peeled when you're wandering around, and if you see the play option appear on one of the buttons up there in the right corner, give it a punch and see what happens.
Thanks, game. I figured that out already. Also, come on, ride.
Some visitors who bought drinks went away dissatisfied with the quality. You ought to make improvements before more people get angry.
Now that, whoa, geez. All right, well that, whoa.
Researchers have discovered some upgrades. Have you thought about using them?
All right, well that was very exciting. Oh man, 7
Your
FPS, 6
visitors are
FPS.
having a great time.
So
Keep up the good work.
if we gold knight and look up, the FPS is still horrible. All right. All right, I have park business to take care of apparently.
Visitors aren't impressed with the selection of rides here. You should consider building more.
Okay, Aztec Mounts. Let's go on the log ride.
You haven't
Actually, this one.
Many ride upgrades. That may be part of a larger strategy, far be it for me to second guess, but maybe you should consider researching some more.
All right, I expect this one to be horrible. Come on, game.
A park this size needs more bathrooms. That's all there is to it. Maybe you should build some more.
All right, well, we researched the super bathroom, so I'll put down a super bathroom once we've lost our lunch here.
People think your sideshows are a really good deal. Keep up the good work.
Oh man, all right. How is this
We've got
safe?
trouble, boss. A ride is about to break down.
Oh god, okay. And that was our first ride, apparently. So what do people want? Bathrooms?
Ride upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out. Maybe you should use them.
All right, super bathroom. Right next to the regular bathroom.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Okay. All right, back to riding our crappy rides. Yeah, don't VR this.
I don't
Please
mean to be
don't.
critical, but you don't have a very good selection of rides in
Oh my god, I have so many rides. Come on, come on, game. All right, ride this dumb thing.
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
Okay. Come on, ride, you can do it.
People think your food is a great value. Way to go. Some of the visitors who tried your sideshows aren't happy. You should try to find out what went wrong.
All right. Hey, I own the park. I can walk on the grass. That's one of the
You've
perks.
researched some ride upgrades that you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try. People love a change of pace.
All right, this is a very exciting ride. And all 30 polygons that are in the background.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
All right, what a great time. So we got upgrades. Now the real fun is figuring out which ones can be upgraded.
Your rides aren't so hot. Maybe you should build some new ones.
Okay. Okay.
Some of the people who have eaten in your park feel like they've gotten a bad deal. You need to improve the situation before more visitors get angry.
All right, what's there to not be happy about here?
Your researchers have come up with a new ride.
Maybe cheaper? Sure. Cost of goods 39. Sure. Probably because these are just so much more than the cost of goods. All right. Lower those prices. Okay. All right. Back to riding our horrible rides. Okay. Oh, geez, if I can. How do I even get to that one? Oh, geez, okay.
Researchers have discovered some upgrades.
This one?
Have you thought about using them?
Okay. All right, let's ride that crocodile. Oh man, those just straight up overlap. Okay.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
I'm enjoying every frame of this ride. Oh god.
Visitors aren't impressed with the selection of rides here. You should consider building more.
Well, those cost money, game.
Look out, she's gonna blow.
Oh, jeez. Is it this dumb ride again? It's not. Oh god. Which one is it? Alright. Which ride is about to blow up? That one. Okay. Alright, next is the carts. So to get there, we have to go back around that. And then we'll build some more rides. Oh, we haven't gone on that one yet.
There are areas of the park that aren't being patrolled by an entertainer, and people there are starved for amusement.
What the hell?
Ride upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out. Maybe you should use them. You have a lot of thirsty visitors out there. Do you think you should build some more drink shops?
Well, at least the frame rate's not bad here.
Visitors are hungry. Maybe you should build some food shops before they leave.
Oh, it just kind of...
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Okay. All right, we already did that one. So your visitors are having a great time, but also they hate it? That's all that I've gathered
I
from all
don't
this.
mean to be critical, but you don't have...
Oh, man, okay. Up to accelerate. Left and right to change lane. What? Quite simply, you need to win. Okay. Sure? Oh, man. 8 whole FPS, huh? Oh, jeez. 5 laps of this, huh? How did that other car just suddenly get way faster than me? This is some rubber band AI bullshit here. Oh man, this is actually making me a little motion sick. Oh my god. This is pretty awful. All right, now we're about to lap second place. I think that was a 2.
Hey, nice work.
Woo!
You won a gold ticket at this game.
A gold ticket. All right, play again. No. No thanks. Okay. All right. What else is burning down in my park? Okay, let's make a new ride. Sure, this looks safe. Okay. And okay, that one's new. This one's enormous. Unnecessarily enormous. Alright, we need an entertainer apparently. Alright. You will patrol this area, right by the bathroom. Alright, let's ride our dumb new rides. Oh, baby. Okay.
Your entertainers are dying out there. They're stinking up the place. Have you thought about giving them some training?
I just hired them. Give them a break, game. What? What's going on back here?
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it
Keep
sounds
up.
like it. It sounds like a game. Somebody's having a great time over by the TomTom spinner. All right, I think this is the eruption one. And one day this ride will actually start. This is a great ride.
The janitors could do a better job if you set their patrol areas. Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
All right. Cool ride we got there. All right, TomTom spinner. Hopefully you're better than that other one.
Visitors find your ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
Okay. Does this game model inflation or something? At least in the later theme park games, I seem to recall you didn't have to wait around for the rides to start. But you certainly do in this one, apparently. Come on, game. All right. This this over here.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Okay. We're gonna hit the 5 FPS over here. Still 6. 5. There we go. 5 FPS. All right.
Psst. The visitors think your ticket price is a steal. Have you thought about raising it?
Incredible. I didn't think I would see anything worse than Star Fox on the Super Nintendo, but this game managed to do it. Oh, baby. Okay. So we have research to do. Nothing to research. Nope. All right. I probably don't need to have 4 researchers on the payroll right now. All right. Is there anything? Roller coaster. Oh, wait. Where do you? Okay. All right. This one's new at least. Okay. All right. Almost in the black. Yeah, almost.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
All right. Park rating excellent. Park value 21. Money in way better than out. We can make that better if we fired all of our researchers. All right. 2-year projection. Okay. All right. Doing good so far. I wish I could do something about this, but maybe I can. Okay, can we change the? Can we just do this? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we have room for something over here.
Your mechanics could do a better job if you trained them.
Ah, they're fine. Okay. What else haven't we made? Okay.
Visitors find your ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
Maybe I should. Okay. All right. So what else is there left to do at this point? Like upgrades, I guess?
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
Now I gotta remember which one I can actually upgrade. Okay. Yeah, business is about to go down.
You've researched some upgrades that you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try. People love a change of pace.
Alright, I'm pretty sure I used up all my upgrades.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Okay. Alright. So we're just holding steady here. We can walk around our park and have a bad time at 5 FPS. Man, everybody...
We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait.
Everybody loves this dumbass ride for some reason.
Good too.
Like this is the most basic bitch ride in the whole park, but People just love being spun around by a giant ape. I got all these... I got all these cool roller coasters, and they just want to be spun around in a giant banana. All right. You know what? Sure. This looks like a lot of fun.
Psst. The visitors think your ticket price is a steal. Have you thought about raising it?
Should I just build more of these things? People fucking love this thing, apparently. Alright. Crazy Ape, sure. $2 grand. People love this thing. Alright. More Crazy Apes. The secret to success.
Researchers have discovered some upgrades. Have you thought about using them?
Can I upgrade this Crazy Ape? Alright. Upgrade
Your
the Crazy
visitors
Ape.
are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Menu, please. Alright, how about this thing? We invested so much into that dumb roller coaster. Yeah, we might as well just tear down all the other rides here and just replace them up with Crazy Apes. Because nobody cares about anything else in this park, apparently. And I guess it helps that it's one of the cheaper rides, too. It's $2,000. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Crazy Ape is one of the more expensive ones, it turns out. 60. Oh, God. I spent 10 grand on this? Man. That is, what, 5 Crazy Apes that I could have built instead of that dumb thing? Yeah. 5 Crazy Apes or 1 bad roller coaster. And then this thing keeps breaking down. Okay, is anybody even playing this this other mini game over here? Not happy with the bathrooms. Oh well.
You've got ride upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out. Maybe you should use them.
All right, we're gonna play this.
One of your rides is about to break down. Take cover.
Oh, God.
Or I suppose you could fix it.
Okay, let's fix it. Zero, my park is...
Your entertainers are unhappy. And I don't
going
mean
great.
crying on the inside. They're threatening to go on strike if things don't improve.
One of my rides is about to blow up, and I'm not sure what... Oh, of course it's this one.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
All right, those entertainers, they'll just have to deal with it. All right, how do we play this? Push the D-pad in the direction you want the mallet to move. Hold the buttons down to keep the mallet there. Which button? Press punch, 30 seconds. Okay. Oh, you got to hold it over the... Okay.
Nice work.
I'll take it.
You won a gold ticket at this game.
All right. Way less nausea-inducing. Oh, geez. A little too close, kid. All right. All Alright, well, they're excited at least. Okay. This thing's still breaking down. What the hell? Okay, good. Alright, we have upgrades apparently. And that's almost done. Researching. No new rides though. Okay. Oh, grade 2. Okay. So that's Inca Pot. Dino carts. Okay. I could have sworn I had a Chack Attack upgrade.
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
Yep. Well, we're getting less.
You've researched some ride upgrades that you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try. People love a change of pace.
Set that to 80? I'm still not sure what that slider even is. I'm also not sure what that 32 in the bottom left of the screen is. Like, it's been 32 for forever.
We've got trouble, boss. A ride is about to break down.
Is it this ride again? No? Alright, for once it's not that ride. Which one is it? Oh.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Alright, can we make this one more exciting? Alright, 100% speed. Alright, nobody's been using this and we invested a lot in this, so let's okay. Make that as exciting as we can. Okay, 12 people have ridden this thing. And I built this so long ago. Okay. What a great investment that thing was. Okay. Alright, let's make that more exciting. This thing kind of sucks. 94 users, though. Okay. Has anybody ridden this thing? There's one person. 2 users. Okay, let's okay. Alright, much more exciting. This thing, 11 users, sure. Okay. Duration to 1.
I'm not sure you're getting the most out of your staff. They need training to realize their full potential.
Upgrade.
Your mechanics would be more efficient if you set their patrol area.
Uh-oh. Did they not fix this one yet?
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
Okay. Alright, wasn't it?
Researchers have discovered some upgrades. Have you thought about using them? Visitors say they're starving. That may be a little dramatic, but you should consider adding some food shops.
How many people have used this? 32?
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up. Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
Sure. Okay. I need another repair.
Some of the
now.
customers at your shops aren't happy with the quality of the merchandise.
That thing
You
just
need to make
keeps breaking
improvements
down.
before more people get mad.
What are you doing? Repair that thing. I got 2 mechanics. Jesus. Okay. Patrol over here.
Visitors find your ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
All right.
Just a reminder, the entertainers will go on strike at the end of the month if they don't see some dramatic improvements, so to speak.
Well. All right. Entertainers. Where even are you?
Your janitors would do a better job if you trained them. If you set their patrol areas, your guards would be more efficient.
Oh boy. Okay.
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade. But
Man,
that's good too.
That prompt just... That is so annoying that it's just that prompt over and over again.
You've got ride upgrades in the hopper.
Yes, I know that there's ride upgrades.
Maybe you should use them.
Maybe I should. Maybe I will, game. Okay, mine spinner. Okay. I thought I did upgrade that one, but okay. Okay, there we go. Now we're all caught up on upgrades. Oh, man. All right, how's our finances looking?
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Cash out, cash in. So we're not in the black yet. Almost. And it's... All right, researchers. It's time to downsize. All right. Oh, nope. Not training. Fire. Okay. All right. Downsized. Okay. There's just hardly anybody over here.
Psst. The visitors think your ticket price is a steal. Have you thought about raising it?
Let's do this. Okay. Man, wasn't our original ticket price like $50? Burger, happiness. All right, more burgers apparently. So let's burger up over here, I guess. Okay.
Research some ride upgrades that you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try. People love a change of pace.
And now we get to play the fun game of which one needs an upgrade.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
I think a mechanic has to apply the upgrades. All right, so there's the mechanic. So this should get cordoned off here. Ah, okay. All right.
Visitors find your ticket prices very cheap. Maybe you should raise them.
They still find it cheap? Sure.
People are impressed with your drinks. They think they're a great deal. Congratulations.
All right. Our drinks are a great deal until they aren't. Soon enough.
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride up.
A new ride upgrade. That's good too. All right. So this one was Jack Attack, I think. How to? All right, upgrade Jack Attack. Sure. All right, what was I doing?
Researchers have
Ticket
discovered
prices.
some upgrades. Have you thought about using them?
Sure. Man, there's just so much going on in this game all at once. Okay, eruption upgrade. And our entertainers
Your
haven't
visitors are having a
gone
great
strike
time.
yet.
Keep up the good work.
Sure.
The entertainers are back on the job, but you should keep improving things before they make another exit.
All right. I did literally nothing to appease the entertainers.
Some visitors who bought drinks
all right.
went away dissatisfied with the quality.
And now the
You ought to
drinks are
make
back.
improvements before more people get angry.
What the fuck do they want? All right, so our research.
The visitors think your ticket price is a steal. Have you thought about raising it?
Sure. Happily. 320. One day we'll reach the magical 420. All right.
Your entertainers could reach a wider audience. Could go mass market, if you will, if you set their patrol areas.
Where are our entertainers?
You've got ride upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out. Maybe you should use them.
I will, game.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
I don't even see any entertainers.
People think your sideshows are a really good deal. Keep up the good work.
All right, we're getting a lot of business at our double Crazy Apes.
Eureka!
Okay, it looks like we can interrupt those prompts at least by going into first
There's never
person.
a mechanic around when you need one. You know, some parts of the park aren't being patrolled by a mechanic.
Oh god. Okay. What?
Some parts of the park don't have a janitor patrolling them, and they could use a little tidying up.
Okay. Here's our entertainer.
There are parts of your park that don't have any security, no guards or cameras at all.
All right. Training level 2. Training level 3. Sure. Control. Say here. And
People think your food is a great value. Way to go. Some of the visitors who tried your sideshows aren't happy. You should try to find out what went wrong.
I thought they liked. Oh man. Yeah, you probably say, hey, you should get more researchers.
You've researched some ride upgrades that you haven't used.
Oh my
Maybe
god.
you should give it a try. People love a change of pace.
Okay. So that's eruption. Okay, that one. Mind spinner.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Okay. All right. Do we have more research we could be doing? Almost. Okay. Oh boy. So no comments from the game about ticket prices. So I guess we're good on that so far. Okay. Blessed silence. But for how long? Man, we've gone for like 15 seconds without the game telling me about... Oh.
Some of the people who have eaten in your park feel like they've gotten a bad deal. You need to improve the situation before more visitors get angry.
Probably these.
You don't have many sideshows for a park this size. Maybe you should build some more.
Sideshows? Okay.
People think your entry tickets cost too much. Have you thought about making them cheaper?
Game.
Researchers have discovered some upgrades. Have you thought about using them?
I have, game. I have. I've thought about it a lot.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Oh boy. Okay. We're in the black for once. Are we? Money in 70. Well, we're doing excellent apparently. Balance sheet, cash in. Oh, yeah, we're damn near there. Okay. All right, we're upgrading this a whole bunch, but are people actually using this thing? 15 whole users. What about this one? 24. This thing, 6 people have used this thing. And it's like super exciting. What? All right, what about this one? 103. Okay, people like that. 18. Oh. Just 325. This is my second, or is it? Okay, no. That's my first Crazy Ape. 325. How many on this one? 31. Like, good lord. People just want to ride the Crazy Ape. Okay, what about this thing? 40.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good
What about this dumbass water ride? 102, okay. 18 on the dino carts. Alright, so our research is almost done.
Upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out. Maybe you should use them.
Okay, maybe I will. If I only knew which one is it.
Your visitors are impressed with the value at your shops. Good job.
Apparently I need another mechanic, like up here. Otherwise, this is never going to get upgraded. Sure. You can upgrade this one someday. Wait a second. Put a path here.
Nice work. You made a tidy profit in the last 12 months, enough to meet your goal. The gold ticket is yours.
Okay. All right. This.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
Dang it. Dumbass kart racing thing. Screwing up.
Eureka! We've
Screwing up my
discovered a new ride. Oh, wait. We've researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too. You've researched some ride upgrades that you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try.
Oh, it's not right upgrades. It's right upgrade singular. Now we just keep everything. Wait, now there's two? Two over there?
Careful where you point that thing. Your guards aren't very effective. A little training would make them much better.
Okay. Sure, let's do that. Level 3 and level 2, sure. Okay. The mechanics. All right, highly skilled janitors. Level 2 training, sure. All right. All right. Walk around our amazing park some more. All right. So the first thing you see when
You're getting hungry, and there aren't enough food shops. Do you think you should build some more? Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
This is 2001 pre-internet bubble economy.
Researchers have discovered some upgrades. Have you thought about using them?
The owner of the park here is too busy investing in sweetthemepark.com. He just bought it for $100 million, and he's got to make it work. So we can only afford to pay our security guards like $20 a month. Like this, I hardly ever see anybody on this ride, but this ride seems better than the Crazy Ape ride. And then this sweet.
You're doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves.
Right. Maybe this will actually erupt this time. All right, come on, eruption. Thrill me.
visitors are grumbling about your high ticket price, you might consider lowering the cost.
Really? It was non-stop. My ticket prices are too low, and now it's way too high. Okay, this ride kind of sucks. Like, oh, there we go. Okay.
Your visitors are having a great time. Keep up the good work.
Okay. Well, with rides like that, why wouldn't they be?
Eureka! We've discovered a new ride. Oh, wait.
All right, how about
We've
Mammoth Tunnel?
researched a new ride upgrade, but that's good too.
All right, ticket price is still too high, apparently. $2.99. Got a new upgrade on something. There it is. All right. The Tom Tom Twister that 20 people have ever ridden.
Cost too much. Have you thought about making them cheaper?
Oh my god. Okay. Happiness, burgers, and drinks still. People still want more burgers. All right, maybe if I...
Ride upgrades in the hopper waiting to be tried out. Maybe you should use them.
All right, maybe if we put burgers over here, more people will actually go on this ride. And also burgers over here. And then about another path over here. Yeah. Yeah, some burgers sounds pretty good right about now. I actually bought some burger today, but that's gonna be for pasta sauce and not
You're
for
doing a great job. People in the park are really enjoying themselves. Keep it up.
burgers. Okay.
Look out, she's gonna blow.
Nope.
You've got a ride that's about to break down.
Surprise! It's this one again. Okay. Research.
Some areas of the park aren't being patrolled by an entertainer. We're talking major pockets of cultural deprivation.
It's probably the parts of the park where there's no people, I'm guessing.
You've researched some ride upgrades that you haven't used. Maybe you should give them a try. People love a change of pace.
Alright. Upgrade this crappy Tom Tom Twister again. Okay. Sure. Okay, so I think... Alright. So there's other parks. So if we leave this one, let's see what there's something about golden tickets to... Okay. So if you wanted to open another park in... Tickets owned 7 out of 50. Tickets available for in this park 1 of 7. Loading tickets left. Okay. Oh, jeez. Halloween Realm of Terror. Well, I opened 2 new parks, apparently. Halloween World or Wonderland. Sure. 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 'Kay.
This park's goals, for performance have been set. Check your messages to see the actual figures.
So this one starts off at 2,000 as well. So, all right, goal 1, 150 visitors, 2,500 profit. Stay in business for 1 year. Okay, yeah, that was just one world, but let's see what we got here. So, ice slide and insecticide, sure, and then a whole bunch of crap. So sure, researcher, what can we research? Crazy clown, jaw dropper, tentacle terror, Hades, and that's it. Sure. So it just looks like more of the same, but different themes for each one. And sure. And we can walk around our empty park. And I don't see the researchers. So I guess the researchers and other staff just don't appear in first person view. And it's only the visitors. So apparently the park staff is invisible to visitors because this is looking at the park through the eyes of a visitor, I guess. Sure. We get a nice 20 FPS here, though. If you want a high frame rate, come visit my other park, I guess. But, yeah. I think I've seen enough of Sim Theme Park. We have a pretty good idea of what this game's about. And, I think that's really all I want to do with this one. This is about how long we spent with the other one, by the way. Not like I'm dipping on this one early. Yeah, you can watch that headache. Oh man. Okay, so let's see what that save icon looks like, and we'll call it on this one. Oh baby. Okay. But I think that one generally was better than the original one. I did like that one better than the original. Probably because there was more direction in this one, but we'll get to that when we wrap it up. Okay, let's see that save icon. It's an option. BIOS. Okay. There we go. That sweet sound of PS1 BIOS. All right, what we got here? So this one took up 5 memory slots. Oh, geez. Okay, so there's just a whole ass memory card for just this one game. Okay, and it's the assistant thing. Sure. Okay. All right. Well, let's stop the timer here on Sim Theme Park. Boom. Done on that one. And let's wrap that one up, shall we? Okay. So Sim Theme Park, huh? All right. Completed? Nah, not even close. I'm not even sure what you would cheat in this game. Maybe more money and like things never break down and have all things unlocked, but sure. Okay. All right, things I liked. Plenty of variety in the park designs and themes. Lots more direction in this one compared to the first game. Let's see. Much more clear goals to this one compared to the first one. This one lets you walk around the park in 3D, which I don't think you could do in the first one. Music was okay. It looks like there's a lot more to do in this one compared to the original. And that's probably it for that one. Things I did not like. Single digit frame rate. The game couldn't go more than 15 seconds between prompting the user to do something. Takes up practically a whole memory card. Pretty monotonous once you have a park up and running. And that probably covers most of that. Okay. All right, dank memes. Your park is doing great. Oh no, it isn't. Your rides are on fire. The Crazy Ape ride. The Crazy Ape ride. Sure. Okay, drum and bass. I didn't hear any. Ayla Mouse. There might have been at some point, but we didn't see any, so I'm gonna say no. If I didn't see it, it doesn't exist. Difficulty easy to hard. Besides having to juggle a whole bunch of things all at once, that there wasn't too much difficulty there. Perhaps in later parts, maybe it ramps up and you actually have to be good at balancing all the stuff going on. But for the parts that I played, that was pretty dang easy. So we'll say that. And then rating 1 to 5. I can see how this one would be fun if you like did all the parks and had them all running at once and having to juggle everything going on. I think this one is a clear upgrade from the first game in the series. I recall when we played that one, there was even less to it. And even though the game didn't prompt you anywhere near as much, it felt like there was even less to do in the first one. And I guess that's something that keeps you more engaged in this one, with it just constantly saying that, hey, there's something that needs to be done, or hey, you're doing great, hey, build a ride. And that it actually lets you ride the rides and walk around the park, which I can't recall the first game letting you do. But to me personally, like, I'm not a big fan of this type of game. This just isn't a kind of game that I typically play or like. I can see why it would be appealing though, and I think it's pretty well put together. It's a shame about the frame rate, but that's likely an issue of this game being designed for a different system and then ported to the PS1. And there's only so much you can do with something designed for something else, and try and make that work within the scope of the PS1. This is probably the least powerful system that the game was probably ported to. Like maybe if it made it to the Saturn, but in 1999, that probably not on the Saturn, I'm guessing, at this point. This might have even been a Dreamcast game. Who knows? And I seem to recall there being a PS2 version, but maybe that was Theme Park World is what I'm thinking of, which is a very similar playing game. But yeah, this game isn't trash, but I didn't enjoy it. I can see the merits of it. It's well put together, and I'm sure it gets perhaps more engaging later on. But for me, I'm gonna give that 2 out of 5. All right, Sim Theme Park, boom, committed. Okay, so the next game after Sim Theme Park is Bogey Dead 18. So it's called Bogey Dead something, right? Yeah, Bogey Dead 6. Bogey Dead 6 is game number 195 in PSXplosion. It is a Ace Combat type game, a jet combat game from 96, so a pretty early PS1 game. It lets me use the analog joystick, so I'll have to dig that thing out of storage, because we'll be playing that next stream apparently. But now we need to generate the game after Bogey Dead 6. So, as always, this is generated by my is this not okay, maybe I just hit the reveal button again and then it'll do it. But But yeah, this is being generated by my server backend, and it'll randomly pick something from the available genres to be played. So I'm hoping that if I hit the reveal button, it'll pick a new one, but we'll see. Okay, so game number 196 in PSXplosion is Gekio Shooting King. All right, a shmup, shoot 'em up from 2002, developed by Warashi, published by Natsume. Sure. Never heard of this one, but yeah, that looks like a shmup to me. So another short game, as it turns out. We're getting just a whole bunch of short games all in a row. All right, but not that I'm complaining. So this one will probably also be a single sitting game. Probably gonna have to cheat through it because me and shooters. But yeah, a 2002 shoot 'em up, huh? Gekio Shooting King by Natsume, huh? Okay. All right. Well, that'll be for when we do that. Let me make sure that we get that one filled in. But that'll do it for tonight, though. So we oh geez. All right. Don't worry about that. Everything's fine. So we finished up Monster Hunter or Monster Rancher 2. We finished King's Quest Mask of Eternity. We finished playing Sim Theme Park. And next stream is starting Bogey Dead 6. I don't know how long that one's going to take. Who knows? I haven't even heard of the game, so I have no idea how long that one is. And then after that is Gekio Shooting King. I'm still undecided on what the next backlog game is going to be. I'll let you guys know what that is when I figure it out. I have a few ideas as to what it will be, but we'll see. And yeah, that'll do it for tonight. Thank you for watching. Hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I will see you next time. Take care.